In the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold, hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold, DD bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight, push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, rocking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
I'm starting to hear this music in my sleep now, dude. So good. Like just the chill, lo-fi jams. Good morning, guys. Howdy. Let's roll this. Good morning. Good morning, Simon. Good morning, Don Chan. Morning, Mark Lander. Simon. Message retracted. What's up? Simon and Simon. There's two Simons. Good morning. EC Drewski. Morning. Just passed 225k EPOS from TPT just now. Let's go. Nice. Showing for 5 points again. Okay. Good morning, Drewski, Kevin, Pat, PB, Crispine, OG Jumper, Drewski, and you're done for the day. Nothing wrong with being done for the day before the day starts. That's always a good decision. Have a good morning and good luck. We'll be doing giveaways today, guys. My Fun and Futures all day, every day this week. So we got a huge lot of accounts from them to give away. So don't not be here. We'll give away probably one every hour. That's kind of the new thing we're going to do now this week. So be here. Noman, Kevin, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, EK. Good morning, Grandmaster Vision. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Nathan. Gold Digger, Other Michael, Justin, NA, Cam, TD, ATD, Hannah, Saab, Christos, Hella, Bay Area, ATD, Ito, Kevin, Drewster, Davester. What's up? Good morning. You're all here, my friends. Welcome. Welcome to the greatest stream of all time. According to my mom, my girlfriend, they say I'm the best. So it's all that matters in my heart. All right, let's get to it. Do I start the Zoom calls around 1 p.m.? You got to give me a time zone with that, my friend. It's always 1 p.m. somewhere. I usually start them at 4 o'clock Eastern, which is the moment the bell rings. We're getting ready to go. The end of the market day. Let's get to it, guys. Nothing waste. But yeah, so, really excited. A lot of stuff going on this week. A lot of stuff going on next week. Our stream has grown to magnificent proportions. I'm so excited. We've had almost 1,000 people here every single day. It's exciting. And what it is you guys love about the stream is pickles at iDoc and twerking in t-shirts, my face on it, or is it just, you guys like the live trading? Either way, we're here to give you guys the best of the best. So appreciate y'all being here every single day. Front and center. Today's giveaway, My Fun and Futures. We're going to be doing multiple accounts today, actually. By the way, got to give special shout out, congratulations to Victor for winning not only once, but he's won twice in the giveaways. And you know, it's the thing here is that Victor never wins anything, right? Well, you guys missed out last week. Victor was the big winner giveaway. How about that? There's a pause from a Discord. Oh, there's about 1,000 of them. It's weird. Yeah, Discord is, you know, I run by the most clueless batch of people. They don't understand that fraud runs rampant inside of their little software. How so, you may say? Well, when you go to Discord, I have a bot that sends you a message that says, "Hi, this is the bot," basically. Beware, there are imposter mats that will send you messages, you know, trying to, you know, I don't know, bait you into some Telegram channel or something. I don't have Telegram. So I have to send a bot message to warn everybody not to accept messages. As much as I love you guys, I'll talk to you all day here in the stream. I will never, ever, 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 ever message any one of you for any reason whatsoever. I love y'all. I don't love y'all that much. Okay? Promise. Anybody message you that looks like me, smells like me, tastes like me, it's not me. Never gonna be me. Never, ever, ever gonna be me. It's gonna be somebody that's gonna say, "Hello, dear. How's your trading?" And they're gonna talk to them. They're gonna talk to you. They're gonna tell you, you know, I got this secret service off to the side. It's Discord and YouTube. Now, that's the other thing. Join my Telegram. You can copy my trades, or you can get my crypto, blah, blah, blah. Invest your money in this awesome crypto opportunity. It absolutely doesn't even sound like me, so don't fall for it ever. Ever, ever, ever. Trust me when I say there are thousands of them. There's not just one, there's thousands. I'm not making up, literally thousands. I ban probably 10 a week from the Discord. The bot will ban them automatically when they join our Discord, but now they've gotten smarter. What they do is they just hang out in the background. They've got some other account that's legitimately in the Discord, and then they just see who joins, and then they send them a message. The other account. They will always come at you. Last thing I'm ever going to do is have you join my Discord and then direct you to some secret Telegram channel. Don't worry, guys. There's this Telegram channel I have. I don't advertise it anywhere at all, but only you get to know about it. You're so special. Opportunities there to make millions of dollars. Sound too good to be true, right? Yes. But yeah, it sucks. Nothing I can do about it too. That's the problem. Discord, I can do anything in the server. I can ban people. I can actually change their name. I can do anything, but outside of the server, you can't. Discord decided they have this lovely feature for Discord because somehow, yes. Hello. Are you wearing pants? Oh, I forgot my juice. Thank you so much. What's up, Pickle? What's up, Doc?
Hey.
How are you feeling? Oh no, bro.
I know.
What's wrong?
Memorial Day is on Saturday.
Just sleep all day. You want this?
No, I have one downstairs.
Okay.
I'm so sad.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
Okay, bye.
Rest up. Take some what's it called? Benadryl. What's the allergy medicine? No, it's an A. Is that what it is? Yeah. Take something like that. No, I'll do it. You stay home and rest.
Okay, bye.
Oh my god. Bye. Allegra. That's what it's called. Oh no. She sounds like death. Allergies, man. Anyways, so yeah, so Discord has this awesome idea, right? Where they basically would do this, where in Discord, somebody can send you a message and it will literally say RS Matt sending you a DM. Literally RS Matt. That's my name. And you can change your display name to be anything you want. Anything you want. And if you happen to go click RS Matt and expand it, you will see that it'll probably say R_M.AT_T, like the real name, right? The real non-unique name. But somehow Discord thought it'd be a cool idea that I can just be anything I want when I send people a message. Because that sounds safe. And I thought about just being Donald Trump tomorrow and sending people a bunch of messages telling them, hey, thanks for voting for me. I have $1 million trading opportunity for you. Remember how I called the bottom last time and told people to buy stocks? I got one now. Join my fucking Telegram. I got a secret Telegram. My name's Donald J. Trump. And I'm going to do that tomorrow in Discord and start just getting millions of people in my Telegram channel. I think that sounds like a great idea. You know, you want to learn my next big trading opportunity? Why don't you get in my secret Telegram group? I don't tell anybody about it, but I'm telling you about it because somehow you're fucking special. And then people still fall for it. As sad as it is, I get people that send me a message, is this you? And I know they're doing that to double check, but then they send me a picture of the conversation they had. And I'm like, oh my God, they almost 10% of you get baited into the conversation before you get suspicious. Let me tell you a lesson in life. Be suspicious from the moment you're messaged by anybody with an opportunity. I've learned this pretty quickly. I'm not special, and neither are you. Nobody is going to walk up to you and say, I got this $1 million. It's not Hollywood movies. So pretend that if anyone messages you ever, this is just scam alert in general. You're not going to have that luck of the, you know, hey, it sounds like the Nigerian prince thing altogether. Yeah, you know what? You're the one I picked. You're the one that's going to help me, and you're the one that's going to be rich. I promise. Just you. Got this opportunity for you. Suspicious out the door. Some people troll them and have fun and send me the messages of them trolling them. But really, you're just wasting your own time because to them, it's a volume game. Once they realize you're not taking the bait, they'll move on to someone else. But it's sad because I have had people message me sometimes and be like, so I've been trying to like take my crypto out of the wallet or whatever, and it won't let me do it. Can you help me? I'm like, you know, they're like, it's going down. I'm kind of getting worried. I kind of want to get my money out. And I'm like, what? And then immediately I go, oh no. And then I have to have the conversation with them of like, well, you handed your money over to a stranger because they had a picture that looked like me. And they get really upset and pissed and they're like, well, you know, can you help me? And I'm like, no. I wish I could. It's not that I can do. I filed police reports with some people, you know, help them out and stuff, you know, file a claim or whatever, but came down to I'm nobody either. There's nothing I can do. I'm not just because somebody pretended they're me. There's actually zero I can do. I've written Discord 1,000 times. I've written on Twitter. I've made angry posts. I've gotten every influencer to retweet it. Discord don't give a fuck. Discord is fucking woke ass losers that don't do shit. Okay. I've messaged the CEO with like, I will sue your company. Trust me, I have said that. I will open a class action lawsuit if you don't fix this. One of these days, I might get enough people to do it. So, Discord, fuck you. Fuck all of you. Fix your shit. Literally. But whatever. Because, you know, innocent people are getting scammed. But hey, I feel like I'm going to be, I don't know. I'm going to be Justin Bieber tomorrow and tell people about this amazing crypto coin I'm launching. Sounds great, right? I'll be Taylor Swift. I don't know. Who do I want to be tomorrow? Anyways, let's get to the market. You get 40 a day. Yeah, you get 40 mats a day, literally. I think I'll be Nancy Pelosi. That's a good idea. Yeah. You guys want to hear about my next greatest stock pick? Here, join my Telegram because I got it for you, baby. Let's go. All right, welcome to the stream, you guys. We're doing My Fun and Futures giveaway all day, every day. Today, you know, this week finishing out. Having a good time. Up on my trade. If I managed to turn yesterday into an amazing winning day, I don't know how I did it. But, you know, I lucked out. We had this crazy day. You guys remember on the stream all day, all morning, market was rallying. And I'm like, I don't trust the rally. I don't trust the rally. You guys remember, I don't trust the rally. All day. We sat there. We hit the yellow line. We resisted. We hit the second yellow line. We sold off. You guys remember that? I told you yellow lines are strong resistance. Strong resistance. I even marked the chart. Strong resistance. Right? Oh, how much we nailed it. Now, I was trying to short. I got squeezed. I immediately closed out and chilled, and I didn't chase this. People are like, what do we do? What do we do? I'm like, I just don't trust it. Resilience was negative. Resilience negative, right? We knew that resilience meant the gap was going to fill, and it did. As time went by, the market just lost. The bond auction came through, and it was the match in the gas tank for everything to go boom, boom. And so right here, okay. Why the market sell off? Well, because the Moody's downgrade. Why the market is just a delayed response. The downgrade last time in Fitch that we had, the market detoured for 3 months. 3 months of bear market off of the credit downgrade. And it was the same weak little downgrade we had this time. Wall Street doesn't like to hear anything like that. So Wall Street gets a little weirded out when you have credit downgrade. And so it wasn't the bond auction that crashed the market. It was the bond auction that was just finally an event or catalyst that triggered some kind of selling, right? The algos were still pricing things higher because we were squeezing off of their shorts the trade war stuff, people shorting that the market was going to go to zero because of the trade war. However, there was no event because the news came on a Friday and then people woke up Monday and forgot about it. And finally, the bond auction comes in that shows that nobody wants to buy bonds at 5% yield. Well, that's not a shocker. Inflation is going to be high if the trade war still goes at current pace. Michigan numbers are expecting 5% inflation. Who's going to want to buy bonds with 5% yield? When you have 5% inflation, when the stock market's hot, you're going to put your money in the stock market. How do you know? Well, people are buying Russell. You're not going to be buying Russell if you're buying bonds. The two don't go hand in hand. It doesn't make any sense. You're not going to be risking on into small cap stocks at the same time of buying bonds with 5% yield. You just don't want the bonds. It's not a hot trade. So stock market's too hot. Nobody wants bonds. So it's not the bond market that's crashing the equities market. People don't want bonds because they want stocks. It's not that. It's just the catalyst to finally realize what's going on with the Moody's downgrade. Wall Street hates hearing that stuff. And so finally, we did what we should have done. You know, if that news came out on a Thursday afternoon, is the market's going to sell off really hard and do what it's supposed to do. Okay? Not just a downgrade. No, downgrade is not the reason. It's the match in the gas tank. The gas tank is that the market is just fueling on short squeeze right now. And it hasn't really tested any downside since we started moving up. And it's just a reality check. Remember, the Fitch downgrade was a 3-month bear market, middle of a bull market. Not that that's going to happen here, but it needed to happen because it was so alarming to me why Wall Street didn't respond to it for 1-2 days. And now the third day, it's like, okay, finally, right? Makes sense. There was just no event. This was a slow news week, guys, and that's why nothing happened. So if you go look at the calendar, there was nothing Monday, nothing Tuesday, nothing Wednesday. So finally, something caused people to finally react that way, right? And it's expected reaction response to something that actually Wall Street does perceive as bad. So let's get ready to go. Monthly hedge pressure almost bouncing today right here. Let's clean out some of this. Good deal. But the market is absolutely slated to go to all-time highs as long as the trade war progresses in a fashion like it's progressing now. And we'll see how that turns out. But yeah, like, you know, in Europe, whenever Trump paused tariffs for 90 days, the DAX, relatively speaking, would be like up here. You look at the European charts, they're up there. Now, they're in a better situation than we are because they're not at some huge kind of trade war with China, but still, their traders put the market right back on pace to where it was going. Our traders are probably like thinking the same thing. I don't know if it'll go there, but our traders are certainly all thinking the same thing. Well, Europe did it, so we'll probably do it too. Good morning, guys. Yeah, so like 3 days ago, I started buying puts, like, or Monday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, I bought puts, and then they're up 100% already. So I'm really good. They expire in 3 weeks, and my puts are very, very non-aggressive too. I got right here, literally here at the high, I bought 3-week puts for 500 QQQ. That's it. Not even filling the gap, just testing the support. I'll 10x my money if I do that. That'd be amazing. So I gave myself 3 weeks for us to bounce right here on the Moody's downgrade. That's it. Just a hedge. So I can keep long in the market every day. Ooh, and I felt so good yesterday when market fell. They were up 100% and we're gapping down. So let's keep going. Not that I want a bear market, but we are in a weird spot. VIX is also in a weird spot. Take a look at that. Welcome to the stream, guys. Don't forget to smash that like button. My name's Matt. I'm the CEO of the Rock Scooter Company. Built this trading platform you see on the screen. It's one of the most live, transparent live trading streams out there. You'll learn everything I do. Fully transparent. Show you all my trades. Show you the history of my trades. I'm up like 140K with Tradify almost. You can watch my journey to live here. VIX is moving slightly higher, 21. We're above 1865, which is what we call triple B. Triple B is just a number that shows that the VIX is more sensitive to news and events. And this also is the reason why we didn't move until this week, because it took VIX expiration. The VIX was just hedged towards the lows. The people that had puts on the VIX and such were just forcing VIX options expired Wednesday morning. So Wednesday afternoon, we finally were free to move once we were rolling into the new VIX contract. It's just there was so much pressure on that VIX, keeping it muted down here so that the calls people bought were going to go in the money. And then now it moved once you expired your VIX options. This was half the other reason why we sold off yesterday as well. You needed a catalyst and you needed some kind of freedom. The hedging in the last possible day of that VIX futures contract before we rolled over was really what kept the market from moving until yesterday as well. So that freed up some space for the market to move. Wow, I'm not watching Nasdaq here. We were kind of like V'ing up pretty heavily off of lower DD band, just kind of watching this. Pretty much a little bit of pre-market selling, bounce right up here. Good morning. Okay, get all my stuff out of the way here. This is all going to be posted on channel with strong resistance at orange. Let's delete these blues. We don't care about them today. Let's just look at our big pivots. And then we got a Nasdaq. So I'm going to start marking the charts so you guys can more easily see what it is we do here. Clone that, clone that, clone that. Welcome, guys. Smash that like button. I don't mind. Settings. Copy. So I can get another huge day today. I lucked out yesterday with like, I don't know, 6,000, 7,000, something like that. It's going to be 98, 92%. This one at the top. 96. So marking this up so you guys can more easily understand what it is. Let's delete that. Oh, I like that green color better. Okay, so 92% at the bottom. Blown at the top. 98%. I should just get these text lights on the chart, actually, but new patch, maybe. Wait. That's 96. Oops. Let me just mark this. Actually, it'd probably be better if it made 96% close below. That's better. So our recent back test is like 92%. Say between the bands. We don't have percentages on these yellow lines. They're mostly seen as random. It's hard to say, but they are really strong pivots, right? Big money moving from US to EU. Yeah, lots of it. TBT and activating accounts. They are. You guys need to follow the instructions. And I want you guys to be very... Pay attention. They immediately activate the accounts. I send you a message that 60% of you guys ignore when you win your contest. The message contains all the instructions to activate your account. All you do is you click a link. That's literally the first thing I say. Here's a link. It literally says this, okay? Help you guys out. It says, trust me, just go read the message. It's got the information. You skipped over it, I promise. It says, give me your email that is for your TPT account so I can send it to them. Then the next one says, in about a day, a credit should post. Follow this link to learn how to activate it. And there's a link that has the instructions. You have to go to a new account and buy your new account and then select buy with credit as a payment option and pay with credits to get it free. They do it weird. They do it different. That's how they do it. But you have a credit in your account for X amount of dollars or whatever, and you can buy the account with your credit or X amount of accounts. So I think it took me a while to figure that out because I kept messaging them saying, hey, are you guys not activating the accounts? And they're like, we are. And I go, oh. So make sure you double check that you do that. And all of you that did get a TPT winner, if you were a TPT winner on the stream, make sure you do that. All right, guys, let's get ready to go. All right. Lower DD band bounce, hopefully today. Lower hedge pressure bounce is going to be really hard to break it. Our monthly hedge pressure is rock solid. 90% same side close. Again, I'm going to start marking the chart so you guys understand what it is. Y'all found this to be a little bit easier yesterday. Let's just do... I don't know the conditions. The overnights, we don't have the full stats on it, so let's be conservative and just say 70, 90%. Close above. Depending on the conditions, it's somewhere in that range. So it doesn't like to break. MHP. This is our super secret technology. Monthly hedge pressure. Gamma exposure. Does the notes help you guys to see that? Is that helpful? I figured it would help you guys understand what it is you're staring at. You understand what they all do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is that helpful? TPT has not been letting you create an account for your own. I don't understand. On Ripstream, lots of people saying their TPT account's not activating too. It's because people aren't doing it right. TPT is like a weird backwards way of doing it. They activate the accounts. I have a direct connect to the person that does it. I skip technical support. I go right to the top. I message that person. They message me within the hour. They're like done. So it's more likely just people are so used to just going in and typing in a code, which is how most people do it. Here's the code, type it in. Or you show up at MFFU and then your account's just there and it's perfect. TPT requires you to, it's different. You have to go buy it yourself and then they give you a credit and you pay with the credit. So they credit your account X amount of dollars. Just how they chose to do it. And I promise you guys, even the people on Rip's stream, that's probably the situation they're in. For a while, before I had a direct contact to talk to, I used to think it was the same thing. I was like, man, TPT's not activating these accounts. And I reached out to them complaining. I was like, hey, you guys, this is really hurting my... And they're like, no, you know, it's not our fault. It's, you know, you guys are... Here's the link. And then they need to be doing this. I'm like, oh, well, thanks for not telling me that. And they're like, we did tell you that. And I go, oh, yeah, you did send this link. And I ignored it. So I'm guilty as well. I was kind of mad at them. I was like, why don't y'all tell me this? They're like, we did. We sent you a link and told you here's the instructions on how to activate. I kind of glossed over it too. It happens to everybody. All right, I'll be right back. I get some tweezers. So, trust me when I say I too have done the same. All right, I'm going to play surgery on my little necklace here. All right, guys, so we're looking for markets being a little overreacty towards, we had finally Fitch, Moody's downgrade, markets finally responding to that. Matching the gas tank indeed was the bond auction we had yesterday. And the bond auction is not meaningful towards the stock market. People tend to roll into treasury notes, or treasury bonds, sorry, if they need an investment that's better than inflation. That's not the stock market when it's in decline. It's very big, very important part of anybody's investment strategy to get a fixed yield return when the stock market's not going to pay out, like in periods of bear markets. You'll see something like the 10-year and 2-year. We watch the yield curve on that, and it inverts as people rush into the shorter term stuff. But also, a fixed return also competes with inflation, which can be a problem. Inflation, if you make 5% in a fixed return and you lose 5% due to inflation, you don't make anything. But sometimes that's a better choice than just sitting in cash, because in cash you just lose 5%. So sometimes it's better to purposefully take a lesser loss. Oh no, where did it go? I give up. Sometimes it's better to take a... I hate that I dropped something. We can almost step on it later. Take a lesser loss because it's better for you to not, you know, it's an investment strategy. But where the heck did it go? Wherever it is, it's gonna end up in my foot. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So because of that, you know, we just needed a catalyst. We haven't had any strong news events this week. No good earnings, so anything. The market's just been kind of like, you know, doing nothing important. Welcome to the stream, guys. All right, I'm ready to roll today. We're going to kill it. I feel it. Is today a big bounce up V-shaped day off of yesterday's selling, or is today another decline day? It looks like the pre-market, trying to not sell off too hard. The market's recovering any loss that we had starting the day out. hopefully we're doing good here. Did I get it? Did I get it? Let's go. Okay, this is hard. Bum, 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 bum. What do you guys think? Let's do a vote. Up or down today? What's the consensus, team? Is this the start of some redness? What are your beliefs and thoughts? Man, this is tough. I feel like I'm doing like the trying to tie a knot in a cherry stem. The freaking frat party. All right, there we go. Oh, let's go, baby. I did it. All right, good. Ready? It's like Darth Vader putting his mask on. Oh. No. I don't feel naked anymore. All right. MHP bounce. I know, like super sexy today. Looking good. Let's mark up the Nasdaq chart today. Guys, don't forget to hit that like button, friends. We get started in roughly 30 minutes pre-market here. Wow, I didn't even see that moving that high. Okay. Normally I would have taken along had I been awake or around for that, but it's okay. All right. Settings. I love that you guys show up every morning. No better place to be. You guys are trading. We crush it here. We got something special. We have an edge. We do something that other people don't do. All right. This is 92. This is 96. Actually, what did I say on Nasdaq? I'm going to put the same notes here on S&P on Nasdaq. Close well. Oh, good enough. It's good. We're growing so big. We're growing so fast. I love it. 82% close above. Boom. And we're done. All right. Good and good. We're below these strong resistances, so we're kind of out of the way there. Nothing in the way here. Let's get our impact lines from yesterday. Pretty easy to find them. And draw them really quick. This is one of our techniques. Teach you guys how to do this really quick. Impact line is a way to find resistance off of yesterday's move. Let's just type in futures here. Right, what does everybody think? Up, 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 no down, kind of mixed. Make it a poll up or down. I think that if this market kind of like makes me think of anything, it looks up from here, but I know this market, it's choppy and down from here. This is kind of like, yeah. Now, if it does V all the way up here, that'd be the weirdest looking day ever. But if anything, it's retrace and then sell. So we've seen this a lot. This is just like a low. There was no momentum in Europe, and then the market dumped and came back just so we don't gap too far lower. But this is probably up and then down. I wouldn't be betting on a big reversal like back up to highs off of this. But like I said, we're going to let the data tell us what we do and not try to guess what we think we're going to do, right? Data is the answer. That view was awesome, though. And that's just to keep things in check so we don't basically gap down too far. Okay, let's do this. There, over here. There she is. All right, perfect. This red line is going to be a very important retracement pivot on the way up. So if I give you guys this number, this is a magic number today. And on the stream, I give you guys all these magic numbers to play with all day long. This is going to be a fun one. And Thinkorswim, could you like move faster? There you go. All right. $12.21 is it, and we're almost there now. Okay, so 291 and 476. 291, 476. 291 and 476. Right, 291. The retracement target is to 291 on the pop and drop. If it's bullish, you know, you got rally back to like 496, which is gonna be up here. Some little text notes on here. All these. Ill liquidity. I don't like that red color. Let me make it like brighter. This one is good. Can I make this bold? Let's try it. Ooh, that's better. Okay, perfect. All right, S&P, one more. These are pivots. So that's return pivot. Unless you went for the S&P. Up to the side. Very cool trick. It allows you to rebalance that imbalance, that big sell-off day. Grain of salt, you're 98% wrong according to your account. Hey, that's good. That's actually a talent to be that wrong. It's hard to be that wrong in Wall Street. Even when you try to be wrong on purpose, you're still right half the time. So if you can manage to be wrong on purpose like half the time or 90% of the time, you're like one step away from a winning trading strategy. Just put a negative sign in front of everything you normally would do and then just do the opposite. Remember, a losing trading strategy is just a winning trading strategy in reverse. Easy, you got this. All right, hello. I'll that guy there. This guy here. Just fade yourself and that'll work. No, but like that's what I tell people. It's like if you could lose on purpose, that'd be great. We were like, man, all I seem to do is like lose all the time. I'm like, if you could lose 80% of the time, you're actually winning 80% of the time. You just don't know it yet. Okay, so there is no impact line here. S&P already retraced. So we only have NASDAQ to go by today, unfortunately. And we have 58.81 on the S&P as yellow line resistance. So S&P doesn't have a return target. It was already tapped and tested. What a nice bounce. Beautiful bounce, I know. Jumper says chop in a band today. Somebody says don't manifest that. Today's gonna be fun. All right, so if I had to take a guess, and again, I'm not some kind of like rocket surgeon here, but let's talk about it. If I were to take a guess, the opening move is, we always see these all the time. You got this like sort of range here, range here. The opening move is likely to chop in here or decides what to do. It's either going to chop and then retrace this before it goes, or it's going to chop and go before it dies and then chop some more and then dies. And if it dies, remember, after we've already died and recovered, any death is always lower lows on a day like that, so be careful. You get your retracement target to hold. If you lose that, if you lose this retracement on the way up, it's lower lows. So that's always a trick on days like this. Okay, so there's no double bottoming here. If it's gonna break, if it's gonna continue, when we did that and did this, if it's gonna continue lower, it's gonna go really low. So just watch your ass today. Let's mark this up here. So I'm gonna put this for you guys right here in the middle. There is like literally no impact. The market just rushed right back up to starting point. So we're going to keep our eyes right here in this green pivot. Sometimes you feel like you should be George Costanza. Just do the opposite of your instincts. That's a great reference. That's like such a good reference because I know I actually can feel that. I've seen every episode. So I'll just do the opposite of what you exactly. What about red line for the unemployed claims? Will that count as catalyst? So today, this came out earlier this morning. It could be, yeah. So that's what I'm marking right here, right? Could this be a catalyst to the upside? It absolutely could be. But remember, we don't respond to catalysts to the upside like downside. Downside catalysts we set out automatically. Upside catalysts, we still trade them. Catalysts are good on the upside. You want to be in on a long cat to the upside. I'm not sure if we passed the risk interval, which is 60 points. So let me double check. Yeah, we only had 30 points. So cat active would be if we ran 60 points on the news or self-catalyzed to move up that high. And we have not yet moved that far. All right, cool. And we're ready to roll. Okay. So today, just keep in mind, this is just like yesterday. This is strong resistance. This is strong support. Okay. You're fighting between two really strong things. A break and test of this is good to there. A break and test of this is bad to there. This is such an easy day, guys. Don't get your ass chopped up. Don't chase longs, chase shorts. Understand there's ranges to play. Very simple. I look at this and I go, cool. I've got resistance there and support there. Easy as that. Market's going like this. I'm not like, ooh, let me get the long. I'm going to miss out. Market's doing this. I'm like, ooh, let me get the short. I'm going to miss out. Let the market test whatever it needs to test and break if you're going to miss out. Miss out on being the last person in. Range is strong inside of here. If it breaks, the rarity that it could break either one of these things, it's a big run. So, you know, let the big run confirm, take the big run, and we know how it goes today. What would those levels be for SPY? I don't know. I'll mark them when the market kind of opens up. It's hard to convert them on the fly back to SPY. That was a rhyme, and I like to do that all the time. What am I trying to look up here? Why not in Q? What do you mean? Why not NQ? NQ is good. NQ, same thing. DD band at the top, DD band at the bottom, and we're kind of floating in the middle. So NQ is kind of sitting on stronger pivots. If I were to say today, NQ is going to be the one I want to watch because it's the one that hasn't retested its imbalance. So QQQ particularly has imbalance point here. Bum, 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 bum. Do you see the gaps on the S&P? On SPY? What about them? Can I show them video? Yeah. Well, when the market opens, I'll have all the data for you guys. We'll take a look at it. I don't have liquidity maps till the market opens. Make sure I run in video the first thing I'll do, I promise. After I get my footing in the ground, what trade I want to do. Because we're very carefully going to be watching what the stocks themselves are going to be doing. Gaps in SPY, yeah, let's mark them. Good call, good call. Always have your gaps marked. Let you guys know, I put 20K into puts at the high over here. My puts were up 100% by yesterday's close. And as long as I go to just 500 QQQ, which is testing the bottom, I'll probably 10x my money. So it'd be nice to make 200 G's on this trade. You guys stay tuned this week. I'll show you that big options trade I made. As long as it's doing well, it'd be kind of nice. Probably 10x. If we fill the gap, I'll probably 20x would be great. TBT Pro accounts have to be flat on those. Yeah, like I wouldn't be trading any kind of trailing drawdown accounts. Shopfest days. Marking up some gaps here. Just the newest one. So the gaps are basically, you know, where you close. And I'll fine tune it later. So right here. Et cetera, et cetera. I'll do the rest later. I'll be lazy right now. All right, there is a gap to be filled down here at 507 and some change. And I'm not exact on that, but it's about there. Not exactly what it is, right there. Good call. Week news at 6:45. Oh yeah. So let's get the pre-market guys ready to go. So we'll talk about the news today. There's been a very light news week, and there's really not a lot going on today. We have kind of the bigger news that we're going to see. The bigger news we're going to see this week. The PMIs are coming out 30 minutes. They're going to come out relatively close to what's expected. There shouldn't be a blowout on the PMI, but the PMI will cause a little bit of tumultuousness because VIX is above triple B, which means market will be sensitive to anything, just like yesterday. We rolled into a new VIX contract, which gave us the freedom to sell off, right? The earlier VIX contract was expiring, or VIX options expired Wednesday morning, which is why the Moody's thing wasn't even able to move until we rolled into a new VIX contract, which was slightly higher, which allowed for a little bit extra volatility. We're above like the contango midpoint, which allows market is more sensitive to news in that environment. So just the delayed response to Moody's was because the final pressure of closing the VIX low from all that hedging ended Tuesday afternoon. So once we rolled into a new VIX contract, that's why we sold off Wednesday. And the little match in the gas tank on that, bond auction caused the move, but the volatility was there to allow that move to be as severe as it was. It's just VIX was keeping the market going. Now VIX is like rallying higher. So we're in a state where it's going to be sensitive to news. And so I wouldn't downplay anything now that the VIX is kind of showing that sensitivity. We're just going to look at this like for what it is. Existing home sales is going to be a big deal. S&P Services Global PMI. This is the S&P numbers. So those are the services are going to come out in 30 minutes. And the composite, the manufacturing. So this is the S&P Global numbers, which means we're going to have, somewhat of a movement 30 minutes in. And then tomorrow we've got, I would say, medium to big catalyst as well. New home sales, not really going to push the entire stock market down, but it will show a state of the economy. New home sales, obviously is a big part of people understanding your willingness to get credit, or your ability to get credit, willingness for banks to lend, etc. New home sales last time were a huge bump against expectation, which was interesting. We weren't expecting it because that actually it was relatively flat. And in decline against expectations, and April's numbers came out just to be rock solid, 724. So it shows improvement in the economy, really what it is. And the tariffs aren't hitting hard enough right now that people aren't going in and buying tons of houses. Builders aren't building houses and able to not sell them because prices are too high. It's just showing that resiliency to the inflation caused by tariffs. So it's good to see data like that. Pretty decent. Nothing going on in the news overnight. Really, nothing crazy going on. Nothing in the headlines. Hopefully Trump's not talking or messing with us today. All right, so our plays today, DD band's one of our better plays off the lower green band. That's always a really strong bounce. Upper band, always a strong bounce. If you want me to put a gun to my head and answer the question, are we going up or are we going down? I think today we're going down over time, whether we reset to the retrace and come down, but I think we're coming down. I mean, you can trade news on eval, but not funded. Yeah, like I wouldn't be wasting any of my efforts gambling into news, especially like PMI is probably not going to be a game changer news, but the market's looking for reasons to move. So anybody that wants to buy will likely buy if we get a dip. Somebody that wants to sell will likely sell if we get a pop. And that's usually what people are doing in this environment. Is like, okay, the market sold off really hard. Shit, I need to sell. So any pop you get, the people that are still wanting to sell are kind of like, oh, I got news coming up. Maybe they'll give me the pop to sell on. The people that want to buy are like, ooh, that news is giving me a dip, time to buy. So let the news happen. Let the news create the opportunity, and then we trade on the opportunity. Welcome, guys, to the stream. Good morning. Love having y'all here every single day. I'll be doing my Fund and Futures giveaway today. Very excited to... I got confirmation that My Fund and Futures is going to be giving us 16 accounts to give away every month on my show. That's incredible. I'm ecstatic. What's your yellow line number? So what that actually is the distance to calculate these little margin buffer pivots. There's a class I teach on how to do this, but basically these yellow lines on my chart, it's a distance. So an example is this movement created what's called an illiquidity pivot. We call them red lines or whatever, right? For short. Anytime you create an illiquidity pivot to up or down side, if you extend that YL distance, it'll create a yellow line, which is a very strong resistance. If you guys remember yesterday, my calculations are so freaking good. Look what yesterday did. Yesterday, this is the first resistance chop. This is the second resistance chop, and then it sold from there. They are really solid resistance targets. So you can calculate one off of the base. So an example within Q, if you want to know how high up you create another one, you're going to go down to this table and it'll tell you the distance. And this updates every day with a new distance, but this is what it is today, 1749. So from here, 1749 higher, you would draw a yellow line and leave it there forever as long as this red line is never touched. So when you get this like move like this that doesn't retrace, it creates an imbalance. And this imbalance point, as long as this red line is active, every red line comes with a yellow line pair. Red line is the return pivot. Yellow line is the extension pivot. What's up, Tyler? Good morning, man. Save capital during news. Yeah, let news create the opportunity. Don't gamble on the news. If you do want to gamble on the news, here's the trick. Gamble on one account out of how many you have, and then save all the other ones to buy on the opportunity. Use the bulk of your risks to move on an opportunity. Do this in all news events. Feds, talk, and CPIs, whatever. Never coin flip your accounts on a news event. If you're like, I just believe it's going to go up, whatever, you don't want to listen to me, then one account, one contract, whatever. Gamble with pennies. Throw pennies into a fountain, that's fine. But if I'm like, I'm going to bet on the long, okay, a couple micros, whatever. If it goes up, shit, I made some money. If it goes down, I didn't make much, didn't lose much, fine. But if I'm long and then it dips to my real pivot, I got the real pivot, good. Right? That's rule of thumb I'll teach you guys is don't play on the news. I made my living scalping 10 points S&P, 40 points in NASDAQ. I don't need to bank 600-point moves on good or bad news to turn millions of dollars a year trading. Did I care about yesterday's high and low or its midpoint? Not yesterday's high or low, Jeremy, no. I don't do a lot of technical pivots or retraces. All of our stuff is calculated based on certain mechanical exploits that we do. So it's like calculated based on things in the market. Highs and lows are mostly arbitrary because they're illiquid and markets basically pivot because a surge of buyers or sellers come in. Illiquid is forgettable. Liquidity is memorable. So where buyers and sellers are clashing with each other is important more so than where the market pivots high or low. So remember, if the markets are rallying and then it sells off really hard, it's because there's a bunch of sellers here and no buyers. And so market tends to find liquid points to kind of play at. And so illiquid points or reversal points not necessarily are meaningful. I know in most classical trading theory, they teach you like high and low of wicks and stuff to use. I found that it more is a coin flip anything to make those things mean anything. But I love that question. It's a really good question. So we look for liquidity, right? Which is the space between those two pivots is usually more important than the pivots themselves. Use your code for MFF yesterday. Cool, Charles. I hope you like it. Their expert accounts are like literally best in class. I love them. You think on 10 glasses clean since stream start, bro? Like I am still looking at this. I need to like really clean these bad boys. I've just like wiping them because there's this, and I think it's maybe my eyelashes that I'm seeing. You guys have no idea what it's like to be me, man. My life is hard, okay? I'm sitting here like staring, and I get these lights. Like I used to do this, and I watch my old streams. It's really funny. I used to have the lights right here, and I never noticed that for years, you guys get to stare at like a white little box that you can see the reflection of my lights. Like this, let's see if I can see it like here. Like if I turn it a certain way, there we go. Like for years, you guys got to see this. And I didn't realize how bad of a presenter I was until I reanalyzed everything. Now my lights are at a cool specific angle to where you don't see them. How about that? But because the angle they are, I can see my freaking eyelashes, and I'm just like, is that dirt on my glasses or is that my eyelashes? So I'm so paranoid about seeing anything in my field of vision. But actually what I am seeing is the reflection of my own eye in the glasses. Even like a bartender, like a bartender is going to just sit there and clean glasses just while they're hanging out. Because people say that when they're a bartender, you're supposed to stay, the rule of bartenders, you have to stay busy because standing still and staring at people while they're drinking just makes them uncomfortable. So bartenders have to just do something. They have to fidget. So when you get trained to be a bartender, they teach you to fidget because, you know, you can't, if you just stand there while people are drinking, they're going to look at you and be like, is he looking at me? But if you're like staring at them while you're cleaning the table, it's not as creepy. So maybe it's like my way of being a bartender, just so I'm not sitting here staring at you like this. Little tick, a little habit. Always cleaning. Although I'm always cleaning everything anyways. And so is IDOC. We're both crazy anal. Like, I swear, when people like walking through the house, I'm like walking behind them with like Lysol wipes, cleaning the freaking floor. No, actually, I'm not that bad. She's that bad though. What's the red line? Never sell it on your stream. Illiquidity pivot. So I'm just marking here so you guys know it's an illiquidity pivot. It's a rebalance point of this move higher. What's the price of higher DD band for NQ? You can go into the table. It'll tell you your DD bands are off to the right, or you can go to the top here and tell you. It's roughly 21,366. All right, guys. So my call today is that we're going down. We're going down. Love that song. Why? Well, because the market is volatile. There's no good news coming out. And the only thing that's going to make the market go up, remember, is if Trump comes in and starts spinning some more narrative about the trade war. So all things being equal, not that the market needs to sell off. I think we know all-time highs, but I think at least we need to test this recent gap up. So I've got puts that rep 100%. So I basically, so you guys know the journey, right? This is what I did back in the day. And I did this really awesome thesis. You guys know I could have made $1.6 million on this trade. I cry about this on a daily basis. I made 50K though, which is not bad. But still, I bet on the trade war bullishness. The day that Trump said, you know, buy the dip, I bought the dip the next day. And this is what my, oh shit, we opened in a minute. I'll tell you the story later. We opened in a minute. Let's get ready to go. I basically bought calls on April 10th on the dip that expired 2 Fridays ago on the 16th or last Friday. It would have been worth 1.6 million on a $50,000 investment had I held on, but I closed early because I didn't think we were going to solve the trade war in time before they expired. It so happens right after I closed, and the next week they're like, we're meeting in Geneva to solve. So whatever. So anyways, on the high 2 days ago, once we came back from the weekend where we had the Moody's downgrade and the market just rallied off of that at the top, it's, well, I'm going to buy puts to hedge because the market hasn't digested that information yet. So I've got 500 QQQ calls, puts that expire in like 3 weeks. 500, that's it. They'll be worth 200K if I'm right. So right down here. That's it. Again, I'm not bearish the market, but I'm going to keep longing the market off of good long pivots. And then I've got calls in case the market, or puts in case the market nosedives. So I'm good. All right. Looking for that lower liquidity pivot to tap the IP right here at, sorry, illiquidity pivot 141 tap. We're over MHP. I know. Right. So it's just a hedge. Like I'm okay throwing 20K at a hedge in the market. They're up 100% already. So we'll see if it works. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. We're in liquidity pocket, liquidity maps here and see what we get. Your SU hedge pressure. Everything's pretty decent for a long setup here out the door. I could take this long on the bounce. I don't hate it. I'm at half gap with positive res, looking solid. I'm going to stage into this just a little tiny bit. Up before down, looking solid here. Edge pressure always a medium to, and Nasdaq has a really strong, solid dip here. Like I said, I'm going to keep long in the market at my strong pivots just to have something good here. All right, so up the red line, I think, is the move today. That's the move. As long as things stay good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we're good. Longing out the door. Going up to red line. Now again, I feel like we're gonna go up, 4 down first. Up, 4 down. Let's go up, 4 down. It's easy peasy. That was pretty simple. Oh boy, baby. Daddy making that money. Up, 4 down. Straight up, all signs good. Running out the door. Scalping back to high. Closing it out. Don't have upper target. So chill on that one. How easy is that? Oh god, that was like 4 grand already. Again, chilling. Just testing the range. Let's let it hit one more time. Let's test one more time off a half cap. Baby, oh my god, I'm so happy. Easy day. Again, scalp from here to here, just trading the range, not betting on breakout. One more tap at half cap. Let's see if resilience holds the fort. Okay. I was in and out. Literally 3 minutes of trading. All my accounts went up. Now let's watch and see what happens from here. Probably a good support still. Open is still a trade. Open and blue is a bounce. Now the next blue bounce is 510 on QQQ. There's nothing really nearby to trade off of. Let's watch SPY today because the S&P is the one that really matters. S&P bull zone bottom and liquidity pocket down here. So S&P is the one that has the really strong pivots. I'm not going to long this for breakout right now. Let's stay aside. I took that long trade and closed out really quick just to test the range. That was my upper target. The next potential play is going to be right here at this little bounce at this red line. This is your S&P. Yeah, let's let this guy pull back a little bit. Bull zone bottom. I was in, I was out. LP is much lower from here. So this is about 20 points lower than here. It's right at 39 or 29. Good deal. This is what I'm saying. I'm taking long scalps. My puts are doing all the heavy lifting. Let the market hit the lower pivots here. I don't have any exposure on the table right now. That was good. Oh, let me give you guys my P&L really quick. I'm fully flat on the market, but I grabbed it really fast. How the hell will I get here? Like I said, I was in super quick, in and out. This is the P&L right here. This was like 3,500 bucks. That's it. Fully flat right now. Nothing in. Waiting. I was in and out. Again, that was just I didn't trust, we popped, double topped, closed out. Again, I'm waiting to see what we get. Bull zone bottom is a pretty strong support if the ratio is greater than half, and so is the bear zone top as well. Liquidity pockets are really strong. We are losing bull zone, guys, so there's no long here unless we support this 582 level. I'm going to wait on this. Let's watch NASDAQ really quick. Why am I jumping so early? You're like 20 points ahead, plus you take a 20-point stop risk. Well, no, because I got scared out of the trade. So trust me when I say I do this every single day. I'll teach you something, David. All I did was trade to here, and I didn't have a 40-point stop risk on that one. This was just a range trade. So usually whenever I take a range trade, what I do is it's a 1-to-1. From here to here, this was actually from the open, 70 until 20. It's actually 50 points worth of run. So usually I give myself a 40-point stop normally. If I'm only going for 20 points, I'll give myself a 20-point stop. So this one, I got in pretty much as close to the open as I could. Yeah. But essentially, everything looks decent. It's not a bear day. Everything looks really solid for a bull day. Now, resilience is trading down, so be careful on this one. Make sure that this white line stays above 0, but we are fighting. Let's look at NVIDIA really quick. So that was actually a 50-point move. I just got in late, which tends to happen, but that move was pretty predictable. Okay. So inside of here, NVIDIA is looking pretty solid, but in a liquidity pocket. NVIDIA is still kind of in a chop zone. So be careful today. And I think we're good. I don't think we're selling off today, you guys. I think we're bullish today. Pretty solid in S&P. Bull zone support is decent. Resilience is good. Market's not too terribly bad. Let's do NQ support here. I didn't jump in 20 points for the pivot. Like when you make a decision in the start of the day, I traded right off of the strong pivot, which is exactly what we had right here. Don't worry, you're not going to be able to do everything I can do. Just follow along. I basically longed right at the open. That's the rule. Right here, long at the open. 1A means long at the open, the next resistance. Long at the open to next resistance. It's literally the trade plan. And so It's a quick scalp. It's like a 3-minute trade. It was very quick. And that's basically, and again, I'll teach you whenever it slows down. I promise, guys, I'll teach y'all what I did. But on the liquidity map, most of the trades here, black dot means open. Open the next resistance, open the next resistance. It's in and out, in and out. And people usually ask, how do you make that quick trade so quick? All I do is I look for this resilience number. If it's greater than 0 with a good enough amount of fat, which it was, like 30, I immediately just jump in on the long to next resistance and I close. It's quick. And don't try to be like, I'm copying this guy's trades. Let me follow him. I don't understand. Don't worry about it. Let me do all the stuff I do. And if you want to ask a question, I'll totally answer. I love helping you guys out. Buy full of it. Boy, you're full of it. Okay, later, dude. Go be poor, I guess. Whatever. It was a 1.2 to 1 trade. Let me do the math for you really quick. Okay, so liquidity map tells you, just really quick, you guys, while I'm waiting. Liquidity map tells you open to next resistance. That's what this black dot means, open price at 9:30. Next resistance means when the market opens, I look at resilience, I jump in long or short. If I like it, it's good enough. So I long it to next resistance, close it out. And you guys know that trade, right? Weirdo. I don't know. Instead, like, you know, I always find it weird when people watch other traders on YouTube but then want to teach me what to do. Why would you be watching someone on YouTube if you're the teacher? Like you're trying to learn from people. And if you don't understand, well, that's because they're crushing it and you're not. Of course, you're not going to understand. There's a reason I'm very successful at this. Because you wouldn't understand what I do until I tell you. But usually people like that probably chase the high and lost money. And I feel like people like to watch people on YouTube so they can copy their trades for instant millions. But that's not how it works, baby. Now we're going to wait. Bulls on bottom, really strong support. DD ratio greater than half. It is actually a pretty decent long possible setup from here. I'm going to take the risk in S&P. Just one at the red line. Support. Bulls on bottom support. Let me take one. Just one. Just for funsies. Just for the bounce. I think it's a good setup. Where's the next resistance? Is based on the chart or another tool? No, just to the range. It's just the trading inside the range, right? The next resistance is this large liquid holding spot we've been at. So just basically to here, I scalped from here to here. And then once resilience started taking a nosedive, I just closed out. Hopefully that makes sense. We should be okay for at least a move up. This is the stronger pivot. Bull zone bottom with DD greater than half. Very good, very good, very good. Popping this in my fund the next accounts now. Try to get some money on the table. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Sometimes I'm just too quick. And the one thing is that I'm also like trading myself and I'm trying to tell you guys what I do while I trade. But it'd be like, you know, LeBron like telling you, okay, I'm going to move to the left. Okay, now I'm going to spin around. Now I'm going to spin around and do this. I'm going to jump, shoot the ball. Not every, like, I can't annotate everything I do in real time when I'm in the process of multitasking like 9 different fucking things. Sometimes I can't explain it fully quick enough. That's why the boot camp is helpful. It teaches you why I do what I do. Well, let's take that money here. Let's get a little pop back up to the same range. Again, trading right to the same range, just internal to this range. If you were here in the morning, which I don't think that guy was here in the morning either. You guys remember when I drew this? I said we're going to do one of two things. We're going to basically hover inside of here and either dip and rip or rip and dip. But I drew like these little squiggly lines like this to show the range. This kind of day is very easy to understand because it's just like this liquid range right here. And so the resistance is kind of here. It's really easy to see. And hopefully that makes sense. Oh, fuck yeah. All right, let's go. Ooh, baby. Making some money in my funded accounts here. Let's rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it. 2,000 bucks. Let's go. 3,000 bucks. Let's go. Ooh, 4,000 bucks. Let's go. Take it just back to the range and close. I mean, it's like all day long. It's pivoting. And I don't know. It's hard for me to teach people if they are being close-minded. Again, just trading pivot to range, pivot to range, pivot to range. All right, here's P&L for today. Grab this in my funded, next funded accounts on that one. Close this out at the range again. That's all I'm doing, trading the range. All right. Using my pivots, really strong pivots. D/E ratio was positive or bullish. Traded that range. Not a bad start to the day. Let's wait for something else. Again, no breakout. Were you guys here this morning when I said no breakout, baby? No breakout. It's all the trades I made today. These are my funded next accounts. These are the ones I'm still trying, the evals I'm still trying to pass. They're too close to passing, so I decided not to risk them inside of this choppy range. I'm gonna instead aim these guys at like a more perfect pivot. That's what I made today. Hit that so hard. In and out, in and out, in and out. It's clicking. Squish is getting it, right? Just trading in the range. And the market's not going to break out one way or the other. It's still trying to figure out what happened yesterday. So scalped once, scalped twice, and I closed at the same spot. Was it? Okay, so whatever this is, guys. On this 18 and 7, 35. What was that? What was that dude's problem anyways? He didn't like that I had a 1.2 to 1 trade. I don't get it. Sorry, sometimes I don't explain everything I'm doing, but the liquidity map has it. Long at the open, the next resistance. Well, where is that next resistance? We have a whole class teaching what the resistances are. All right. How are my puts doing today, by the way? They're probably down a little bit from theta. Down 10%. So up 90% total. Still good, though. Scalp again. Well, you look at your conditions, right? Conditions are deteriorating. So it's not as strong of a long pivot, but it's still worthy for a scalp, yes. As long as resilience is greater than 0, you're good. NASDAQ is less than 0, be careful. So honestly, I would say that S&P is destined to go up to here. Filling the gap, filling the gap, filling the gap. NASDAQ, not so much. So we're going to watch SPY today because that's where the actual resistance is. In here. NASDAQ doesn't really have anything to play off of. There's a breakout range here. There's a nice little liquidity pocket on NASDAQ. So far, I'd be betting to the bull side if you were telling me to do anything at all. Bull side bet is strong. Really strong. Not as strong as it can be, but pretty damn strong. Oh, crap. Can reason up here. There we go. All right. Log in here really quick. Yeah, bullseye bet. Okay, with the news coming out right now, so the PMI is going to make some splashes here. And I'm out before the news. Always out before the news. You guys know how that works. So one of the rules of thumb is I'm always out before the good news comes out. See what happens. Gonna push up. I'm flat on the day. Let this market play out a little bit. Again, spanning the range. If I was long into that, I'd close out again. Trade the range. Trade the range. This is not a trend day. This is a range day. And if you guys have been scalping, who here has scalped this range up or down, whether it's long or short, you're in and out, in and out, in and out. You understand how the market's moving today. Which one of you guys are doing it? Really? Trade of 8 is not loading up. It's frozen. In and out. Just in and out, right? Just in and out. That's the ticket. Yeah, just quick. Not trying to pick the direction here today. Just let the market just be stupid today, right? Honestly think it's good. I think the market is solid. Let's analyze resilience. Just took a nice little bump up. That's beautiful and bullish. It's not bad. Not a bad setup here.
Order filled.
I'm going to long really quick. On one of my eval accounts from here, it looks good. Resilience just took a bump. I'm taking along just in one account, literally one account on ES. That's it. One account on ES to trade in the IP up to bull zone. Here we go. There is a Arby's trade here that's really good. I know I freak out every time it says order filled, right? That's long. I waited for the news. That's actually now longing for the clean break to here. Resilience just took a bump. This is nice. This is a dip. Pop before drop, guys. So I'm taking a nice... I am now longing for this equilibrium to break to the upside. I've got one contract here. I'm going to add to it here. 2 more. 3 total. That's it. Stop on the other side. R&R on this is, oh, I'm sorry. I'm on NASDAQ. Let me go back to ES. Hold up. Same shit. ES right here. I'm about to add to it. Let me add to it. All right. Let me demonstrate that trade here as well. Just once here. Is that the account I want to trade in? Well, actually not really, but whatever. I'll use that one. Okay. All right. My fund index here. Trading bull zone support with good DD ratio. But resilience keeps coming back down. So I'm keep getting scared of longing this, to be honest. It's just like freaking me out. I don't know, guys. Some of the stocks are on the fence here, but when on the fence, I err to the bull side. Now we're going to get the breakout. Let's get that breakout now. If Res was stronger, I'll hit it with more than like just one account though. One fund to next account, one Tradeify account, that's it. The Arby's trade. Yeah, it's an Arby's trade. Yeah. There's just so many inside jokes in this community. So what is the Arby's trade, you may ask, right? Well, we call it the bear zone sandwich, essentially. What's called tandem trades, or we actually have a real name for it. Let me open it really quick. I'll get the cheat sheet for you guys. Oh, here it is. Oh, let me open it up. Composite trades, we call them different things, but here's the actual cheat sheet. And these knuckleheads decided to call it the Arby's trade. Because they know how much I hate Arby's. All right, hold up. Combination trade is usually what it is. And a combination trade basically means you have an illiquidity pocket and liquidity pocket together. And then people started calling it the bear zone Big Mac or the bear zone sandwich. And then the joke was, I don't eat at Arby's because the pictures of Arby's make it look like vagina sandwiches. It's really gross. And it literally looks like skin flaps. The way they prop that meat up. You turn your head sideways. It's kind of arousing, but it doesn't look appetizing. So I made a joke that Arby's is like probably really tasty, but the ads freak me out. I'm weird like that. And so now they call it the Arby's trade. So this is the joke. I don't hate Arby's. I hate the way Arby's sandwiches look in the photos. They're weird looking. So now people call it the Arby's trade. So it's kind of the insight. There's a lot of inside jokes around here, but they're very serious things. It's not like we don't come up with like octopus, elephant, snake patterns. We really have like significance called a combination, illiquidity pocket, liquidity pocket combination trade. And so typically what you look for in this kind of setup, and it's really tight because if I'm wrong very quick. It's bull zone, bear zone, bull zone possibility with all the data looking good. Now resilience is starting to fail a little bit. It's not the cleanest sign, but it's still positive enough to be in the long. And now my long's playing out very well. Good deal. Good deal. I love it. And homeboy that left the stream earlier is missing out on some solid gold information. I think he was mad that he didn't like that I longed the market. Maybe it's because he was short. I don't know. I'm crushing it today. Guys, don't forget to hit that like button. We'll be doing My Fund and Futures giveaways all day, every day. So I got a surprise for you guys. As you guys know, I'll just make the announcement. For y'all, go out there and cause a splash. I'll let them make the announcement, but this is for you guys. So today, Tradeify TV started their TV show today. I love Tradeify. They started this morning. Do you know I was offered the host spot of that show to host it? But it's at the same time as what I do now, so I can't exactly do it. But I was offered the host spot. They're only doing a morning show, unfortunately. But I was also offered another host spot. So you guys are saying hello to the afternoon host of the My Fund and Futures TV station. So I will be hosting a show with them in the afternoons right after my stream. So as the days and weeks go by, ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. So say hello. Back up to range and we close. I can do this all fucking day. So yeah, I'll be hosting my own show with my funded futures in the afternoons. So we'll be streaming up until, lunchtime, give or take, and all of us run over there. Let me tell you what that means for you guys, my community, my awesome community. They love giveaway accounts. And let me tell you something. Not only are they blessing us with 16 accounts to give away every single month, but on their stream, I've been featured on their stream 2 times and they loved it so much they made me a permanent spot. They give away 50 accounts both times I was there. So what this means for you guys is after my stream here, we go over there. Who knows what kind of accounts and blessings they're going to shower us with. Giveaways, guys. So for you guys, I was extremely ecstatic. I'm like, oh my God, my community is going to love this because they're one of the best prop firms out there. And they love giveaways and they give away 50 accounts every time I was on their show. So who knows what they'll give away on their show. There you go, guys. And in the range, and then I closed out again. Who's banking today? This guy's full of shit. I'm leaving. I'm done with this. But anyways, don't go out there and make a splash about it. I'm just giving you guys the info before they make their reveal. I'll let the PRs do it. But I revealed it yesterday in the boot camp. I'm revealing it to you guys. I'll make a cool marketing announcement about it. But the show title's pretty damn catchy. But this is my trade. This is me today. I just scalp the range, scalp the range, scalp the range. Let it do what it's going to do, okay? And we know it's going to go up because all the data looks like it's going to go up. Up before down, baby. Glasses clean. All right, I got to reveal. I got to tell you guys something, and this is kind of funny. You may not be able to tell, or maybe you have been able to tell. I have Tourette's, by the way. I have a very mild case of it, but I have tics, and I do have a lot of tics. I don't have Tourette's where I shout, fuck your mother. I'm not like verbal, but I do mumble things under my breath sometimes. But I do tick on things a lot. Like sometimes my face or whatever, but I tend to repeatedly do tasks because I'm slightly OCD as well. But yeah, I do clean my glasses like a million times. Ryan's trolling me. It's fucking hilarious. I didn't realize I cleaned my glasses like 13 times. So I probably actually, Ryan, if you keep counting, if I get to 50, let me know, bro, because I'm thinking I don't realize how much I do it. I actually probably do it a whole lot. So let's see what's going on here. Get this music again. Stream buffering. What the heck? All right. No, I'll do the whole point of me being here is so that you guys can shoot the shit and make fun of me. I wouldn't do this if I didn't like being made fun of or trolled. It's funny. We laugh. Freaking iDoc, my whole life with this chick, she trolls the shit out of me all the time. It's our goal is to troll each other. It's so funny. People say that when you have friends, the strongest friends or strongest friendship is always people that can lightly make fun of each other, and you always have a stronger friendship. You're not afraid to make fun of somebody, and y'all both laugh it off. What's the announcement? So the announcement is I'm the host of My Funded Futures TV afternoon show. I get my own segment by myself, not a group of people, not me and a bunch of traders. It's Matt. So they offer me a spot in the afternoon. Remember I told you guys 2 weeks ago that 2 major prop firms offer me the host of their TV show? One of them I couldn't do because it was in the morning. The other one I could do this afternoon. I never told you guys for a month what it was. And so that's the announcement. I'll be streaming in the afternoon. After my stream, we'll all roll over there. And what that means for you guys is tons of giveaways, tons of free shit. They love doing giveaways. And I don't know how much they're going to give me in the afternoons to give away sometimes, but they love doing giveaways on their stream. And they're giving us 16 accounts to give away every month on my stream. So, well, I won't burn out. No, and the thing is I practiced it all week. And you guys, I told you I'm streaming all day, every day for a reason. I was practicing to see if I had it in me. You guys might have been wondering, why is Matt streaming till close every day? Well, I was practicing to see if I could survive it. So all last week I was streaming till market close. Everything I do is 10 steps ahead. So I was endurance streaming. I was seeing if I could do it. It's probably not the whole afternoon. It's probably just, it's going to be like an hour and a half. It's totally doable. Sustainable. Yeah, I can do it. I can absolutely do it. Matt Show, Brown Celebrity. Yeah. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. I love the people there. I've known them for years. I've known Matt for years. You know, good peeps. I went out to Dallas one time just to hang out with Matt and then Matt Leach. We had lunch and chat about prop firms and whatever. This was last year. We almost did a project with them as well, but we ultimately didn't do it with them. They went with somebody else, but yeah, good peeps, great firm, you know, good vibes, energy's great. Their expert account is probably one of the best prop firm accounts there is in all prop firm accounts. It's perfectly balanced, no consistency rule, end of the day drawdown, all the things that you love as a trader. The no consistency rule is what makes that account gold standard. It's very rare that you'll find that in end of the day drawdown accounts. Just FYI, my EOD accounts with Tradeify have 20% consistency in the straight to funded. No consistency is well next level. So well, I'll be live trading on the other show. So I'll basically be there as soon, like, we're going to be here and it's going to be like, all right, guys, thanks for tuning in. My name's Matt. We love having y'all here. Thanks for being a big audience. You know, we love you guys. Let's all roll over. Everybody click this link now. We're heading over there now. Go, 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 go. I want you guys to show up and throw rockets in chat, make it fun. I'll be pasting a link here in the chat for everybody to just go over to, and then we can hang out. But I like the idea of, you know, it's a new audience. It's a bigger audience. Our audience might get much bigger because of it, but the idea that you guys have been faithful with this team and this group. Rocket Scooter's about to get some airtime, and you know, the blessing of giveaway accounts is, I'm sure you guys are excited about that. Giveaways are going to get so much bigger and better, more stuff. So I need a stand-up desk. I got one over here though. I don't have one right here, but what I do have is some Miss Vicky's sponsored by Miss Vicky's jalapeno chips. By the way, arguably the best chips, period. You guys ever had Miss Vicky's before? Jalapeno. There's no better jalapeno chip. They're the best ever. Oh, what about these are the best chips ever. The pickle and the salt and vinegar. Oh, you guys are like me. Y'all like sour stuff. I love y'all. I will tell you, I eat like sour tart vinegar, anything pickle, except for my dog. The best. Oh, Miss Vicky's so good. Dude, I went to college. We had this rec center, and the rec center had a pool table, had like ping pong, had DDR. We played Dance Dance Revolution and stuff. They sold Miss Vicky's chips. I was hooked. I was addicted. I would drink a ginger ale and eat Miss Vicky's chips, like for my snack every day in engineering school. All right, so guys, right now, chill. No trades, no push, nothing. This is chill. Liquidity pockets don't normally break through to bull zone and keep going. The first test is going to be on bull zone bottom QQQ, about 16 points lower off of NASDAQ. So 16 points off of this little high here. So that is the illiquidity red line that I drew pre-market. I told you guys how beautiful these pivots are. This one right here. That is the pop before drop resistance. I wouldn't short against it, but that is the end of the long trade if I was longing. I wouldn't bet any further than here. Big on. Keep that in mind. I'm going to gross you guys out by eating chips on the mic, though. Hold on. They're so good. I love Miss Vicky's. Oh my God, can you make that avocado toast again? Babe, please. If you bring me avocado toast, I'll give you a Cartier bracelet this month as a reward. It's a promise. I got it, man. I got to. I gotta lock that down, guys. That's a nice trade. Fuck. She's gonna clip that. I can't get away from it now. That's what I told her. I told her my first paycheck that I get from my my new TV show slot, I'll spend it on her for the thank yous for all the breakfasts that I get. See, that's how I am. I share it. I like to share. Makes you feel happy. She's like, bye bitches. I'm out. Okay, so new illiquidity pivot here. This would, if I was long up to there, I promise you guys, promise, I would be closing my longs right now and just waiting. It's very rare that you break through illiquidity, like liquidity pocket to IP is rare to keep going. So what you wait to see is you want to see a new support. So when you break through a bull zone, never chase. I always let it test and then I make a new decision here. And if I'm so confident here, the trade is actually all the way through. It's another RB setup. So what I wouldn't do is do this though. I don't feel it, but if you are along, the 516 test on QQQ is the best one. Do you short? I can't answer that question for you. I can't tell you what to do, brother. You know that. Don't listen to me either. Like, I get the direction wrong so much. I wouldn't even ask me. I wouldn't even if I could, I wouldn't. Your intuition's as good as mine. Illiquidity pocket. We are in somewhat we call RB trade in the S&P. So the S&P still has some room to go. A little bit further. Oops. S&P has just a little bit more room to go. Up through here. So let the S&P break to this upper bull zone 586 level. Oh, and there's a yellow line right there. So this is that next pivot. Strong resistance pivot here. I'm trying to delete this down arrow. This is not, my little pencil tool's taking forever. Thank you guys for tuning in every day. I love that you guys have joined our community. A lot of new faces here. Now the real question is, what do I do next? A P&L for the day, by the way. I haven't done anything since that last trade. I've been chilling on this. Like sometimes what I do is very quick. It's right out the door, but those opening trades, I've mastered it. It's like one of my favorite things I do. Those quick ins and outs. Those opening bull setups are all really strong. Okay, so this is that resistance target. Like I said, I wouldn't be chasing long from here. And if this starts interacting with the yellow line again, it's going to likely break through. Usually what happens is it pivots before if it is bearish. So I'm worried that that's probably the case today. So I wouldn't be chasing too heavy. And this obviously is a little unusual too, because what normally happens is that illiquidity pockets will test here. And then if it breaks, we always only take the long on the retest. Never chase a bull side break. Ever. Never chase this. Let it test. Always. And if it tests and holds the test, you got another 120 on NASDAQ to go. Okay. So we're going to let it test and make a decision. The bias is bullish so far. Gamma is bullish. I feel it. The last thing you ever want to do is chase a bull side break without a retest. And if it goes and you miss out on it. Very much so what I always wait for the retest. The retest is roughly about right here. Okay, let me mark it on the chart. Just be smart about this. Always retest. I'm in no trade right now. And I see these greens, I'm like, oh my God, I'm missing out. I'm not missing out on anything. Let's go, baby. I'm excited. I mean, this is a big winning day. You know, all my accounts are green except for the one I haven't traded yet. I told you guys today, strong resistance, strong support, and I wasn't kidding. Nailed that pretty good. Actually, this was more like... Here, wait a minute. This is there. This is roughly here. So that's the S&Ps. I'm sorry. Why am I doing this? It's S&P. That's that. EST spy. Yeah, but do I want to take it though? Yep. Oh, that's upper DD band. Okay. Yeah. Oh, should I? So I long the DD. God, the opportunity is decent. But we're at yellow line. I'm going to talk myself out of it. You got yellow line on S&P though at the same spot. You have really strong push as Simon's reminding us, but you also have yellow line resistance. Too risky. I'm going to sit out. I know I'm probably missing out on a really solid long trade, but it needs to, and it didn't even test. We didn't even get a test, right? I know. Thank God we didn't wake up trying to short this, though. What do you think, Simon? I'll let you make the call. Yellow line is really strong resistance. We always wait for the retest, don't we? Resistance does... Yeah, the resistance has been, like, crushing us lately. Wait. But you guys, I'm super excited about this new chapter with my funded futures. They're going to bless our community so well with all kind of cool stuff, I feel. How? I wish I could just like talk to my computer these days. Like, computer, add that up for me. Sure, I could eventually. AI needs to be sophisticated enough where I can just talk to my computer. I think you can. But I don't know if I could read this picture. Read this picture and add up those numbers. Is Cortana that good yet? Computer. Yes, Matt. Add up these numbers. Okay, Matt. Tell me I'm awesome at trading. You're awesome at trading, Matt. Tell me I made $10,581 today. And it's quick. It's in and out, but the process is, you know, process is pretty repeatable. I do the same thing every day. I'm never doing anything off the cuff. Maybe it's the same thing every day. What is going on with my computer? It's like, don't lie. Yeah. So Simon, what do you think? Long in the yellow line or no? Or we hold off? I'll let you make the call today. What's the answer, Simon? What do you think? All right. I rotate all my accounts. I don't copy any of them. They're never the same. Each trade I took, I took like my first trade was like a handful of accounts. My second trade was a handful of accounts. My third trade was, I rotated through my accounts. I traded them 1 set, 2 set, and now I've got through all of them but one of the accounts. Start selling. Yellow line is such a strong resistance. Yeah, I never copy my trades. AP, good question. Copying your trades is the easiest way to blow up as fast as you can. You might just bust one account. Like right now, this account, the reason I'm not touching it, it's so close to busting. This is one of the evals though. These are funded. This is an eval that's about to pass. This is an eval that's about to bust. This is my funded X accounts. This one's so close to the edge, I get like one more trade or else it goes under and I got to start over. So I'm essentially, the accounts that I can take the most risk in are the accounts with the most fat. Like this account with Tradeify right now has $54,000 worth of fat in it. So that's the one I hit the hardest. So the ones with the least amount of fat, I hit the smallest, and I make sure that those are the more solid pivots. So basically, my accounts are all different phases, and I actually can able to say, this account can take a lot of drawdown. This account's really razor sharp. And I manage all my accounts that way so that I never blow up. At most, I might bust one eval account, and then I just start that one over, but I never lose all 10 or 5 at once. Oh my God, I spend practically no money on prop firms. A lot of you guys are paying thousands of bucks for resets and stuff. I'm sure. All the time. I barely blow up all my accounts, maybe one every once in a while. And it's very helpful when you split up your risks that way. It's smart trading too. You would do that in the same thing in a real account. You would treat these like individual trades. I'll trade one, trade again, but never like all your money in one trade in one basket, right? It's really smart, AP. How the gamma blends in these levels, Chris? The gamma exposure is built off of these orange line and the blue lines, which are here. I will show you. Ooh, that was tough. There's the test. Remember, like I told you guys earlier, never chase bull zone break. Always wait for the test. Y'all are gonna learn something here today. If one were a bull, this is the only place to be a bull from. This is it. It's either now or never. If we lose that level, market's back down to death today. So opportunistic bulls, this is the long. I've made enough trades today. I'm pretty good. I don't have to take it. But the long from here is again the same range between here and this yellow line. Don't know. And again, I'm watching QQQ and S&P side by side because they're both pivoting at similar spots. Yes. This is not a long and trend spot. What's up, buddy? What's up, boy? What's up, boy? What's up, buddy? Wow. Is that the same thing as yesterday?
Yeah.
Yo, it was so, she really wants that bracelet, huh?
You can't see it. Oh. I don't want to tilt it too much because then.
It'll hit up on my keyboard.
Yeah.
What's up, boy? So excited. What's up, Pickle? Everybody say hey to Pickle. It's Rock Scooter mascot. Oh. Screw the chips. Yeah. Bye. Bye. No, I'm telling you.
You do that and then you leave.
Can you take him away?
You do that and then you leave him with me and I can't run around.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna tell you guys. I don't think we rally from here. I think this is the end of the day. My intuition says we're pulling back, so pop before drop. I think we do. Pickle. Damn, that looks so good. Thank you. But the opportunistic bulls here to here is another trade. So one more time. Indicators are all good for that. It's a really small 64 to 80. That's actually 17 points, 10 point stop. If one were to still be bullish, it's definitely a good setup. If we lose this key level here, though, S&P has no pivot, but QQQ has a pivot here, which is why I was watching the two of them together. And QQQ is sitting pretty at this one spot. Honestly, I'd rather miss out on like a decent long opportunity here than to be caught in another sweep like yesterday. So I'm a little timid myself. And it just feels a little top heavy. I don't know about you or me, but I'm a little iffy on this one. Resilience is still okay. I don't know. Intuition, I guess. It just doesn't feel... I don't want to short it either. That's the thing. I kind of want to like let it play out. I feel like if the market were to choose what it wants to do, it's going to still inch its way higher. But this is like a really strong deciding point. If we lose this level right here, the market's going to lower lows. That's the problem. So I think we're still going to try to press higher today. I wouldn't be shorting this today. Indicators are all pretty good. There's nothing bad. Let's look at QQQ monthly maps though while we're chilling. So you guys, I'm telling you, QQQ didn't recover. QQQ is bearish, and I think I'm happy for being in puts. QQQ's monthly maps. You can take note of this, guys. We sold off into bear territory, and I think we're going to be selling completely. Anything equivalent to Arby's trade on the short side? No, because Arby's trade exploits liquidity, and liquid markets go up. There is no illiquid Arby's trade. So the problem is that it'd be harder to predict. It's harder to predict downward markets than it is upward markets. A good question, though. I wish there was. But everybody take notice. QQQ is now in bear liquidity map on the monthlies. So remember when I teach you guys, when the market is bullish and then you sell off and then you recover and you don't break out of liquidity pocket, we're going to be selling tomorrow if we don't get higher than this. Well, if we don't get high either, you can get high to celebrate. If we don't break 518 today in QQQ, the market's selling off for a couple days. I'm going to make a couple hundred G's on my put. See, I'll stay here on this. Take note, guys, I just went through the monthly maps class. QQQ has lost liquidity pocket and now rejected bear zone top. This is a reversal. This is a downward market from here on QQQ. I wouldn't be longing at the top. So do y'all understand this? This is a bad sign. Bad sign of support. And then today, that's where we were testing today, right? This is this area. We need to reclaim 518 for QQQ to do anything good, right? Do y'all see how this works? I use the monthly maps to call major market reversals all day long. This is the end. Let me tweet this before it sells. I want to say I did it before it sold. Hold up. I love doing this. Not a really big reversal, but yesterday, key levels in QQQ for the long term. If we don't reclaim, what was this? 518 by today. It's a big deal if we don't reclaim that level. Being in the light gray box is bearish. QQ showing that evidence. All right. I like to do my little told you so post. Yeah, this is coming down, guys. Ooh, I am convinced. Oops. What am I doing here? Do I want to trade it? That's the next question. What do I want to do? Yeah, coming down. Let's look at SPY really quick. It's bad, right? Monthly maps are like the best tools out there. Oh, can you sign up for classes? Yeah, you can, Jason. Let me take a bite of this amazing sandwich. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh. I get some water. Hold on. Well, downside it is. And there's hummus on that too. Jeez, dude. This is like the most gourmet breakfast sandwich I ever had. January again for I could look like January again, but for a few days, yeah. It needs to reclaim the key pivots. It's not looking so hot. SPY kind of in the same boat, guys. Look at this. SPY is okay. Now, the S&P has liquidity pocket here, so S&P didn't fall far enough to trigger anything bad. The S&P may save us today. But remember, look, there is no liquidity pockets inside of here. It is chop city. This has become a reversal pattern, you guys. And I think that this is down. This is the top of the market. I'm glad I have puts. I'm very glad, actually. Actually, can I buy more from today? Should I buy more? At the end of the... No, maybe from here? Let's see. Do I want to buy some more? Or maybe wait for a better opportunity. I am buying them too close together. I don't want to have too big of a theta effect. Yeah, a bigger argument. Well, let's see what you were saying. The bond auction yesterday caused a pullback. Well, the bond auction was just the trigger. The real reason that actually caused the pullback is a little more complex. The bond auction is something that it's the match in the gas tank, but there was already gas kind of leaking. How many times is that now? Now, this is a genuine smear, by the way. This is like 25, right, Ryan? The real catalyst was the Moody's downgrade. And the reason it didn't sell off when that happened was because the market was kind of stuck in this bullish pattern because VIX was decaying into VIX monthly options expiration, which was Wednesday morning. So we noticed that the market, the VIX itself, had been in decay all month. And then the last possible, like 3 days before VIX futures rolled over, VIX was just like trying to move, but it couldn't because the power of that hedging was just pressing VIX lower. And the moment we rolled into a new VIX contract, which is that night, and new VIX month, which is Wednesday morning, VIX, the forward month in VIX was already pricing in that volatility. And then the VIX just started shooting up from there. So the Moody's is a delayed response from Moody's because the VIX was being hedged and the market was being hedged to liquidity. It was just kind of stuck in this rut. And then, as it kind of inched higher, the next catalyst, whatever it may be, allowed that volatility to be realized. There actually really were no real buyers. And that was basically what was noticed. There's no reason for people to sell with high volatility. The market's going to fall really fast if they're selling. And so there was selling off of that event. And then at the moment of time, everyone realized, holy shit, there's no buyers. And the market just dropped like a rock. And VIX told us that the day before, right? So it's a mix of all of it. Yeah. That mechanically, the bond auction showing like very little demand for bonds is not necessarily bearish for the stock market. That's usually bullish for the stock market. People will roll out of bonds into stocks when the stock market's healthy and have a good appetite. But right now, people don't want bonds because the yields are not good enough against inflation. And then people were still rallying into the stock market. That was kind of a better bet at the time. So the bonds have been kind of selling off for a while, but I know like on the surface, the bond auction is the match in the gas tank, but the gas was already filling up from Moody's. Whenever we had Fitch downgrade in August of 23, there was a 3-month bearish detour in the market. It was so weird to me that we didn't sell off on that news. And then it occurred to me that, oh, maybe we're just like mechanically stuck in momentum until, monthly options expire in equities and monthly options expire in VIX. And so it happens to be probably the case. And the minute we rolled into a new VIX month, the market just kind of like, okay, yeah, Moody's, that's bad. There is no buyers. A lot of Wall Street flips out on downgrades. It flips out. In 2023, we rallied really hard and then we detoured for 3 months before we went. Let me show you guys the output of that. And in my lifetime, there's only been 3 credit downgrades in the United States. Only 3. 2 of them were in the last 2 years. So that tells you something about the state of the economy. Are we running on borrowed money for way too long? And is Wall Street like hating that idea? You know, see, right? So it is what caused the pullback. You nailed it, right? Mechanically though, it's not the reason we should be selling. It is the trigger. And so anything could have triggered, housing data, whatever. The headlines would have picked up, market sells off of whatever news. But it really was just like volatility being high means there's no buyers where the sellers are. And so anybody sells for any reason, the market is like, holy shit, there's a paper thin floor, and it causes a chain reaction. So for here, this is the Fitch downgrade, literally this day. And so the market immediately halted. And I know because I had calls, man, that expired worthless, and I was so pissed off. Fitch just fucked everything up. But like essentially there was maybe 4 months before it finally picked back up. And Wall Street kind of reshifts a lot of money off of that. Now, again, it's a different environment that we were in now, but you can see that that's exactly how we just came out of a recession, right? That previous year, 2020 recession, we went here, and then it kind of did this before it rallied. And this was Fitch, and Fitch is not as prominently trusted as NASDAQ. It's kind of like you get ADP non-farm payrolls, but we like to look at the government's non-farm payrolls. Same thing. Like, people like to see what Moody's and S&P has to say. They, Fitch is like, okay, yeah, they're an agency, but whatever. So Fitch was like, everyone was like, yeah, but it's Fitch. Moody's and all them didn't downgrade it. So now Moody's is, and people are like, oh, okay, let's come bigger. And when it happened, I was like, why'd the market shrug it off like nothing had happened? Like, why did we have the market rally up into that? Like, it wasn't even a big deal. Wall Street usually freaks the fuck out on things like this. And so it was just because we were stuck in that momentum until expiration. And you can kind of see evidence of that. And this is what we talked about today. So I think it's a more complex dynamic. I expect the bond market to be shitty and stay shitty for a while because, Michigan projects 5-year inflation target to be high and the 1-year inflation target to be close to 6%. So why would you want any short-term maturity with 5% yield with 6% inflation? If the trade war still progresses, the tariffs are just going to cause that high inflation. Bonds are just a toxic bet, so people would rather put their money into the stock market or just cash, right? So, it's kind of what we're seeing. And so it just took anything to trigger like a chain reaction where it should have been on Monday, right? And you can kind of see how the market was, like, this was the news, right? We sold off at the whatever day it was, Monday, right? So Friday afternoon, we got the news here. And then it's not futures, it's QQQ. Yeah, you guys are right. Y'all all nailed it. Y'all have the pieces. I tend to think it's a complex effect of all of it. So here was the Moody's thing, downgraded and then rallied right back up. And I was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. And here I was where I bought my puts, literally at the end of this day. So that makes no sense at all. That's bad news. It needs to start recovering. And so it did, it just had an over response reaction because, we just rolled out of monthly expiration in equities, and now we were rolling into monthly expiration in VIX, which was this morning. So the market dipped to here and ended up being at the same place despite the volatility, the kind of like the hugging here. But you see how the market was like not that volatile, and then Monday and Tuesday was just like choppy and sideways and weird. Tuesday was a hard trading for a lot of people. And basically just like choppy and flat. It was like it was trying to sell off, but it didn't sell off. And then yesterday was like it was trying to sell off, but then it mysteriously rallied while the stocks were selling off. We had evidence yesterday. The resilience was negative all day, yet the market rallied. And it was like, that makes no sense. So the market just squeezed on whatever accord and then got right back on path on what stocks are trying to do on Moody's, which was here and price lower, which is exactly what it's doing right now. So delayed response. It was trying to sell, but you still have that kind of like short covering from trade war stuff too. I'm not going to bet that the market's crashing out, like on a day-to-day basis, but I think it's going to have a fight from here. If QQQ doesn't reclaim these key levels, then the market's going to come down. You're going to be very careful. We need to get to 518 today. So I went today, Ty. Oh, nice job, dude. Red news sell? Probably, yeah. Existing home sales? Yeah, bad. It's bad for the overall economy. Yeah, it is in general. And now, again, it's not like crazy, crazy bad, but it's not AAA. And so it's, people freak out over that stuff. Tyler Goat. Bro, your name just like sells itself. Tyler Goat. Goat L. G-O-A-T, like greatest of all time. Bro, you lucked out with that one. What a cool name as a trader. I would change it. G-O-A-T. EL, like Sticky said. That's funny. Bro, your marketing does itself, man. You don't have to do anything. It's possible to create a daily pen code to copy LP on our charts on TradingView. Does that require me to do extra work? Do I have to do something? If it's an extra chore for me, I'm not going to do it. If somebody wants to volunteer to do it, maybe we can set it up. But is that like, how much work is it to do that? The Moody's dip was bought and record numbers are retail. People are, I mean, I still believe that the market's like wanting to go to all-time highs as long as the trade war comes with a resolve. But it's been all quiet on the trade war front right now. All that shorts getting squeezed into that monthly expiration, and then you got people trying to like, I think if you're to weigh the two, I think that the trade war resolve is much more bullish for the economy than any credit downgrade. It's a weaker economy because like you can't, you know, your willingness to borrow money and stuff to continue growing, not as good to get a, you know, to borrow money from other countries and keep fueling your economy off of it. But Wall Street tends, you know, the stock market doesn't necessarily reflect the economy. The stock market still might go to all-time highs because people are feeling this off of patterning off of Europe, you know, all-time highs because trade war is kind of resolving or whatever. But Wall Street also flipped out the last time we got a credit downgrade, and it might still be the case. I let the indicators tell me the answer. So today, nothing is saying bearish yet. The monthly maps are saying bearish tomorrow if we don't reclaim this key pivot area. Today, things are looking pretty solid though. PD ratio greater than half, that's good. All your resilience indicators nice and clean, that's good. So as much as I want to short this market off of bigger news, I kind of can't unless I have a pivot to short off of. That makes sense. Retail, aka Ken Griffin. Yeah, exactly right. You think of adding Project X API feed option for futures data? Yeah, so I've been exploring that, and I'm talking to my project team this week about it. I'm probably gonna unlock a feature for multiple broker connections besides CQG, which will allow us to connect to other APIs, and I think Project X will be the next place we go. Zerg about 100%. You're right. There's a fact that we aren't even close to 0% break even as of today. So the diff isn't even recovered to flat yet. That's right. So feeling it. The move yesterday was so astronomical. The rebalance has to occur. Yeah, that's what today is, right? Just rebalancing that imbalance. Nailed it. Yeah. At least half of yesterday's range. And even the range. So that kind of like half, as you say, we actually measure it a little more specifically and they call it the IP. So it is actually not off of the entire range. It's actually off a specific pivot where the illiquidity was found. But basically your half is right here, Ty. That's what we call it, the IP right here, illiquidity pivot. So this is that recovery. It's not half of the full range. It's just where that move takes place. And the way that you do it, it's pretty cool. What we look for, and this, it's a little more specific than just the halfway point. And you'll see how accurate that is. If you measure it from a better spot, I'll show you guys a little trick. You go to a tick chart. What you're actually looking for is where the move actually proves to be illiquid. Now, how do you know if it's illiquid? It's very simple. Liquid markets tend to move like when buyers and sellers are, when markets spanning a range of sellers and buyers. If you move to a distance in pivot and you return to the halfway point of a range, then it's liquid enough. But if the market falls on the next range and doesn't pivot halfway before it goes, like here, didn't make it halfway, then this is the spot you measure from. This is where the true illiquidity, where the sellers overran the buyers, came from. So instead of measuring from high to low, this actually retraced half of this little range here. Here to here never recovers the halfway point. So this is the key spot to measure from. If you do this, the pivot here will be exact to the point, and it'll be high volume when you tap it. So watch, it's so good. Whenever you get to that red line, you'll see that the volume will start to spike as soon as you get to it. And it's a little more accurate than like a 50 fib or a midpoint. And you'll see like right when you get up to it, see right here, this level right here, the volume, the spiky volume, the biggest volume at the line. So the pivot, like, I'll teach you this trick. And this trick is, it's badass. It gives you more accuracy on the pivot than there's the halfway point. Slightly better, and it shows you where the high volume will be. The fact that it's the real imbalance is indicated by the high volume, which is here, where you're tapping this line. And then when you lose this level, again, there's the high volume on the loss. So that actual imbalance, the real illiquidity pivot, as we call it, that rebalance point, is this way. And this trick, you guys can clip that if you want to watch how to do the trick. A tick chart's the best way to see it. I'll show you the S&P and how to do it. And we have a whole class on teaching this method, but it's like a more accurate midpoint for a way. S&P has like this particular thing. We start the measurement from here instead of from here because this moved and retraced half. You can just look from, like, you're looking for places where it moves and gets overwhelmed the second wave very quickly. On the S&P, you measure it all the way from high to low. And you can see the S&P recovered to that midpoint yesterday. NASDAQ didn't, but S&P did. And so if it was a true like high to low midpoint, you would miss it. And so illiquidity pivot is more solid. And it really shows the imbalance from where the imbalance starts here. They're selling here, but the sell-off started here. And you got to isolate where that sell-off started. It's a much, much, much more solid trade. We have a whole class on this thing though, but you guys clip that if you want to see how that works. And I'll show you even today on the S&P and NASDAQ, we had like a similar setup on the upside. Yeah. So if you go here on this one as well, I'll show you guys this trick also. Right, starting move here to where that, well, I'm gonna show you this. I'll teach you guys all this trick here. This is my favorite move here. So instead of measuring from the low, we're measuring from where the run started and didn't retrace. So the return pivot 58.48. Oops, let me move it to the left a little bit. Is exact. Not measuring from the low, but measuring from here. This is the trick where you measure from, and it's exact. I need a napkin. I'll be right back. So what I found over the years is that when you find where the move actually starts from instead of the bottom or high, it's a little bit better. I need napkins to be right back. I don't have any napkins. I had to freaking wipe my face with toilet paper. Hopefully this trick is helpful to you guys. S&P's looking a little booty today. Resilience is starting to decline. And so I'd be careful. Honestly, I still don't feel shorting is necessary. Market's still solid. There's still a bull pivot from here. That's insanely cool. Yeah. Well, over the years, as we refined our kind of like technology to learn about illiquidity and liquidity, it makes sense to identify where the move actually starts. Like basically markets don't just crash from the top. Even though they start selling, there's a point where the selling and buying is like, you know, it's liquid, and then all of a sudden the sellers overwhelm the buyers. That's the point that matters. Like where the sellers finally beat the buyers, and then the dealers got to drop the bid really quick because there's an abnormal amount of selling. That imbalance point is the key pivot. That's like, we call it anchor point, but that's really what you want to look for. So I used to use 50 fibs and stuff, like measuring ranges, until I discovered that that's going to give me like to the point, like to the tick accuracy, which was nice. Like it was exactly that level going to be, right? All right, so let's look at what we have today. We're kind of in the middle of the range and SPY. Resiliences are good, but not as strong. The first time we bumped through it here, we had a stronger resilience than now. It's still bullish enough to not sell off, but this yellow line resistance was really strong when we pulled back. And that's I told you guys we're going to be trading the range today. Intuition, what are y'all doing from here? I want to pull the group. What are y'all doing from there? Let me ask you guys a question. By the way, Ty, how close are you to your $1 million challenge, by the way? I've been rooting you on, dude. There he is. Sitting out sideways. God, y'all are so smart. Y'all are super smart. Why are you sitting out? Why'd you make that decision? Just, yeah, why? This is where the dummies trade. This is where, you know, there's no pivoting action here. Told you guys pre-market, we have a low, we have a high, and that's the range. Why diddle in the middle? Right, let's market figure out what it wants to do. Well, we scalped this enough today. I made our 10,000 bucks today at the start of the day. Let's let this market do whatever it wants to do. Why do I need to go out there and overtrade this? Let's let the market make some key deciding factors. The market's selling off of a strong pivot, but still bullish enough to hold. That doesn't spell out rally or sell off to me. That just spells out choppy madness that I don't care to be part of for a while. You know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying? Y'all feel me? Y'all feel me? Yeah, it's just in the chop zone. So there's really, you're kind of flipping a coin from here. There's really no. By the way, if you guys haven't tried out Fund Next yet, right up here above, it's brand new futures prop firm on the scene. They've been around in Forex forever, but now they're doing futures. And I'm telling you, I'm trading with these guys now. I'm trading Tradeify and Fund Next. These are the two that I'm trading with. Uncapped payouts and end of the day drawdown. It's an uncapped version of my funded futures. Has a 40% consistency rule. So the plus and minus is my funded futures, no consistency rule, but cap payouts. These guys, 40%, which is massive. I mean, that's big. Top Step is 50. These guys are 40. Tradeify is 35. And 20% Tradeify on straight funded. So 40%, but uncapped payouts. So I'm looking for my big payout from these guys right here. Code is Rocket if y'all want to check them out. So that's who I'm trading with right now. On my stream, I'm trading Tradeify and Fund Next. So when you see my little printout, I've got my 5 accounts with these guys and my 5 accounts with Tradeify. How I came up with the 58.81 margin buffer level. Okay. So let's revisit what I just taught you guys. Okay, ready? I'm going to give you a more extended class. This technique goes even further than that red line that I showed you that I drew. Okay. So whenever you isolate, what you're looking for is, and you'll see it more easily on a tick chart, you're looking for not the selling where the selling starts. You're looking for where the sellers overwhelm the buyers. So when the markets are ebbing and flowing, sellers and buyers are found. Anytime sellers are found and then buyers are found and the market moves to the middle, you say it's liquid. Buyers, sellers, middle, it's liquid. Sellers, buyers, middle, it's liquid. Sellers, buyers, more sellers, right? This is illiquid. There was enough selling that the buyers where the market guessed buyers will be weren't in abundance enough that they got overwhelmed by sellers again. Aha. Illiquid. Okay. This was the moment in time where we didn't retrace half on this leg that the scales tipped. So far, everybody understand this part, right? This is a good lesson. Y'all understand this part, right? It's not the high that matters. It's where the market impact, like where the freaking meteor hits the ground, right? That's the moment that matters. We got this, right? Okay. So that's the moment where the scales are like the market's struggling and selling a little bit, but that's the moment it got overwhelmed. Okay. So when you find that point, you go down to the first place where volatility expands the most and then contracts. So anytime the market V's get bigger, that has everything to do with illiquidity as well. Whenever you're looking for buyers or sellers, you're going to have to widen the range if you can't find them. So the widening of the range, this big V right here, right here, is the maximum amount of discrepancy of where buyers and sellers are found. And the fact that here tightens up, it means that buyers now stepped in abundance. So you're looking for A, the start of the point, we call that the anchor. And B, you're looking for that volatility expansion, then it tightens up again. This is where the buyers, the first range of buyers were actually found as the market is struggling to figure out where they are. This first liquid balance creates an illiquidity pivot, a rebalance point for these sellers and those buyers. We call that an illiquidity pivot, or people here call them red lines. Okay. It's very accurate. So the anchor point is here. The IP is here. This is a return pivot on a big rally today. If we were to continue to rally, watch what happens if we hit 59.37. As a matter of fact, everybody write down 59.37 and watch over the next couple of weeks. When you walk right up to it, there will be a massive volume spike and the market will reject it so hard if it's bearish. Okay, so anyways, you're looking for basically this little piece right here. Okay. And if you use the margin buffer limit, which is a whole nother process, if you go down to this table and you just take this like distance right here, YL distance. If you measure that exact distance from that anchor point, you get another pivot. This is the exhaustion. So if the market was selling off from yesterday's sell-off, how far can that go? We usually look at this as the range, 1,700 points worth of value. So if I were to draw a little box of 1,700 points, let me show you this. Actually, that's S&P. S&P's is, it's a very cool trick. 482. And on the dot. 482. So let me draw like an S&P box of 482. Now this is a longer term pivot, right? And I use this to look for ranges. 482. We'll do this, right? This is one of my, I invented this technique in 2016. And Rocket Scooter, before I was doing gamma exposure stuff, we traded just off of this. This pivot is, this method is very strong. So if I were to put this little box right here where it starts and just measure that distance. It's pretty far actually. I now can actually measure about how far that move can go before it hits some kind of like, essentially margin buffer limit is a market maker thing. There's a whole school of thought that goes into what this yellow line does, but I'm going to take this and I'm going to take this line. I'm going to turn it yellow. And on the downside ones, I make them dash so I can know the difference between the downside and the up ones. But now this is a rock solid pivot on the way down. The market extends as far as it needs to go off of that event. That's about where I measure. Now, if I say I'm going to short this, I want to buy puts. How far can this go? What's the next wave? And I say, aha, the next wave is right here. So if this were to get really nasty and sell and complete the move, this is going to be really strong support off of this wave up. So now I tell myself, aha, these are the waves. Now let me show you how it works in reverse, right? We had the same red line, yellow line combo. It's like, if you guys like Star Wars, there's always two Sith. Never one, never three, always two, no more, no less. For every red line, there's a yellow. If you ever touch the red line that goes with it, the yellow line vaporizes as well. Watch this, guys. Watch how cool this is. Let me zoom in on a 5-minute chart. It is a predictable, forecastable pivot in the future, sometimes months out. The market will never forget about that pivot. So watch what happens on the way up when we hit them. Let me show you this. These are just measured from like points in the past, right? So here's some of them. This technique, it's based on margin requirements, is solid. Solid, like to the penny solid. Look at the pivoting action that day. It hits it, rejects, right? And then here, it just plays there. It's a very important pivot to decide if the market continues to go. It's the halting point of that first wave up. You'll always see that it's always going to be a really strong resistance all day, all day, all day. Resistance and support. Resistance, resistance, support, support, like to the penny. And you forecasted it a month ago. It's pretty damn cool. So watch, here's the next one. You guys ready? We rallied right up into it and look what happens. Market hits it, middle of the morning, sells right back off and then fights there. It's important. You can see how important that level is. You're extrapolating at all-time highs, you have a pivot. So what do you do if you don't have technicals? So like, what's the support and resistance? Well, at all-time highs. This is a way to find pivots at all-time highs. There's another one. To the penny. If you're not impressed, you should be. Because at all-time highs, I've got these pivots. How high can the market go before it hits its next resistance? It's a resistance where there is no measurable resistance. This is a mechanical thing that the market has to keep itself in check from basically squeezing market makers out. And if you guys don't, want a little bit more coolness, yesterday was a yellow line rejection that sold the market. We fell to this one and then we kept selling. These are wider, bigger pivots for bigger moves. That's how it works. Yeah, we have a whole class on it towards the back half of the stuff. It's such a good pivot, man. Look at today. Look at today. That's why I didn't chase the long. Simon was like, we have a good long in the S&P, but we never long into these yellows because they're always really strong. They're hard to beat. And that's what kept me from longing today. And you can see here, pivot off of that one, pivot off of that one. It's a really cool technique. Yeah, we do cool shit around here. Here's the S&P's version of it. Look at that day. Boom and boom. Right? Really neat. The market always remembers what it does. I mean, you can see, it's neat to have to the tick pivots, man. I mean, it's like, okay. Tradeify is giving out $50, 150K accounts. Which account though? Can I show that again? Rewind the stream, dude. You can do the DVR if you want. Let me see if I can turn that on. Can you rewind the stream? Yeah, you can. You can rewind. Oh shit, is it time to spin the wheel? You rewind every day. Can't get enough of me, huh? Gotta watch a little bit more. I hear you. Y'all are so sweet. Okay, so it's called illiquidity pivot. It's a really, 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 really solid technique. Margin buffer limit is one of them. Margin buffer limit. Sorry, I shorthanded that. Like in Rocket Scooter shorthand, people started calling them yellow line and red lines like 8 years ago. So now we just say YL and RL. I know it's like shorthand, but that's really what it is. The other thing is a mouthful. What happens is when you have a run where the market's illiquid, market just basically like takes this illiquid dive. What happens is the contract has marginal value. Say it costs like 20 grand to buy a contract or short a contract. So what happens is you measure 99% loss of value of this contract. So 99% times this is a certain number, right? And if the contract, one contract loses that much value, just calculate it. It needs to fall a certain distance to lose 99% of its value. That is the yellow line distance. I'm actually giving you guys a secret sauce of it. It's 99% of the margin requirement lost on a move if you're in the opposite of that direction on a trade. So I shorted the market and I'm holding, and it cost me $10,000 to short that contract. That's the margin requirement. If I lost $9,900 of that trade, that's the yellow line. 99% loss of value of a contract from an illiquid move is a rock solid pivot every single time, dude. And that's shit I discovered when I read the CME patents. It just blows your mind. There's a lot going on under the hood. This is Rocket Scooter is designed to exploit the machine, the Globex itself. It's like we try to dive into like what's mechanically going on. And what happens is if everybody's longing the market and there's no seller, the market maker is the seller. So the margin buffer limit allows the market maker, basically it's the market maker's blow up point. there's going to be a lot of buffering at that area to prevent the market from squeezing market makers to zero. You can't have your dealers run out of chips. So when you get to these certain levels, there's always like, they basically team up and the Globex itself fights off advances to keep the market from spiraling out of control. There's just control systems on the market, circuit breakers, velocity logic, all these things that kind of slow down advancing markets and declining markets to keep them orderly so that the lights don't go off in the casino. So when I was reading all these patents they put out and all these things that they do on the Globex, it was like, well, there's some trade ideas here. Like, obviously the market's not just going to fly to a level where the dealers are blowing up without some kind of activity, or that they're not actually blowing up, they're hedged. But when the contract value is lost that much, there's additional hedging at that place because you now have lost all of your investment almost on that trade, plus a little bit to give them some actionability so they can squeeze people out. Even if it's not market makers, even if it's traders, once you lose the full amount of margin of that contract, you're likely going to be auto liquidated, right? And so it's also an auto liquidation point of people. And if people get squeezed at the top even further, markets can spiral out of control and then they can lose control of the market. And the whole point of the Globex is to keep the market in control. So if you guys learned something today, thank you for subbing to the channel and being here. Speaking of that, let's spin the wheel. We gotta give away some buy funded futures to celebrate this awesome new week. Let's do 2 accounts today. We'll do 2 accounts today and maybe some more later, but we're really gonna hit it with the splash, okay? You guys type my funded futures in chat, baby. Thank y'all for tuning in and staying loyal to the stream. I love you guys, especially a bunch of new faces we had this week. Y'all like learning stuff. Y'all like whatever. You know, be here every day, and thank you for your support. Don't forget to hit that like button, you guys. Don't forget to sub to the channel. Don't forget to join our Discord. Go to the description below. Everybody has to join the Discord, by the way. We have a paid version and a free version in there. Paid version is not really paid. Let me start over. It's if you're a member of the platform, you get access to the Discord. So if you're using our trading platform, you get access to the Discord. But join it anyways, because that's where you have to be anyways. Claim your prize. Everybody go down below. Click that link in the description. Number 1, be in our Discord. Number 2, be here. Number 3, sub to the channel. You can't win unless you sub to the channel. That's a rule. All right. All right, number 2, I'm going to do something really quick. I want you guys to help me out with something. You guys can do me a favor. I'm gonna test something out. I want y'all to help me out with this. There's a new thing I'm gonna do. Obviously, the bigger the word we get, the more accounts we can do to give away, which I love. I want you guys to do me a favor. I want everybody to go to this tweet and do me a favor. I'd love if y'all would do this, okay? Everybody that has Twitter, doesn't matter. Let's play with the algo here a little bit. I'm gonna type something in chat. I want to see like 50 retweets of this, because the more we retweet these guys in their tag, the bigger we get the name out there. Hopefully they can give us more and more and more accounts. I'd like to give away 50 accounts on my stream if we could. Everyone go to this tweet, retweet it, leave a comment, do something. You deleted your Twitter account when Elon took over. It was a good idea to do that, but click on that tweet I'm posting to you guys. Click on that. Please retweet it. Please help us out. Let's get the word out. I want them to give us the most giveaway accounts ever. They give anybody. I'm gonna tell them we get thousands of people watch the stream. love you guys. Thank you for your help. Oh my god, this breakfast is so good. Thank you, iDoc. You're the best. Okay. Dude. What this girl... Let me show you what she did. Let me show something really quick. Maybe it's on her reel real quick. Right, here it is, here it is, here it is. All that. All right, I'll show you guys something really quick. What the heck is going on here? Oh, there it is. All right. This is the journey of the breakfast sandwich. Hold on. You can follow her at the iDocTalk if you guys want. Her, she's a Twitch streamer. She does her own thing, but this is her making my sandwich. Look at this. This is what all went in it. Tomatoes, avocados, her own handmade bread, hummus. Oh my God. Oh my God. Avocado, tomato. Oh. Vinaigrette, cheese, egg, pepper, hot sauce. Oh my God. Look at Pickle. Pickle over there like, I want some of that. Pickle. Yeah, but y'all feel free to give her a follow. If y'all want to see what I do behind the scenes. She's always trolling me or doing something funny. One time she took me out to dinner. I had to come out with the dessert. She ordered 2 drinks and she was drinking 2 cocktails. And I was like, you kind of want to slow down on those cocktails. And then, you know, the waiter comes out with like this giant dessert plate, and on the plate it says I'm pregnant. And she was like, everyone was like clapping, and the rest, oh my God, congratulations, congratulations. I was like, what? I'm like, you're drinking cocktails, and she's like, gotcha. And I was like, so it was really funny. Yeah, this is what our life is like. You follow her on her socials, so you can watch me get trolled in real life. All right, guys, ready to spin a wheel? Let's get ready to go. Y'all know the drill. MFFU in chat. Let's go. Song and dance time, baby. Oh God. I put the thing on sideways. Doesn't look as cool today. All right. I pretend I have the gun. I don't know where the gun is today, but I don't feel like cleaning it up. I'm being lazy. Where is the money gun? We'll do a mild version of it. Let's do the clean version. Less cleanup. MFFU, type it in chat. Loyal follower of the stream, been here forever. Tom, winner today. One winner, number 1. Maybe we'll do some more giveaways later too. Congrats, Tom. I think we'll do one another hour as well. Bow, 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 bow. Tom, you got 30 seconds. Type your name in chat. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, Tommy boy. Brother man. Am I blind? Here's my mouse. Tommy. Oh, so sad, too bad. All right. Give away to someone else. Delete. Sorry, Tom. GG Trades. You got to be here. GG, baby. GG, GG, GG. Congrats. One more wheel spin. 2 accounts today. Even the gun goes burr, which I love. It's like pretty cute little toy here. Jason Cruz. Awesome, dude. Good job. Congrats. Good deal, guys. Jason, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Okay, I think in about like another month or two, we should have another music making contest. Basically, we made all of these songs with AI.
Numbers don't lie, but emotions do. Fear and greed, man, they cloud your view. Stick to the plan, we gon' see.
Somewhere right here.
Mac got the blueprint, let me show it to you. Yeah.
Congrats, buddy.
No FOMO, no chase. Money comes slow, but I keep my pace.
All right, y'all. You know the drill. Message me in Discord. You guys both know the drill. You've been here long enough.
Yeah, we set in the space. I see the breakout volume on the rise. NQ moving, got that fire in my eyes. Never over leverage, gotta
Fire in my eyes. Never over leverage. Got to strategize. Those lyrics are tight. That's fire. I like it. Cool, guys. Have fun. Have fun. Jason didn't answer. He didn't. Did he? Jason didn't answer. He did not. Delete. You're dead to me. Starting to think this is fake. You're gonna win one day. Victor won twice, and Victor never wins. It's yours one. It's yours one day. It's yours. I promise. One day. Fear and greed, man, they cloud your view. Pop and drop. What brokers everybody's using? I think a lot of people here use, you know, AMP for futures, Ninja Trader. A lot of people use them. I use AMP. Edge Clear is good. They're all good. Pop and drop. Now you're here. I saw you type something. All right, pop and drop. It's like a new face of the stream. What you have to do, you guys, and GG do the same thing. Go to your YouTube. Follow directions. Go to YouTube. Open up your YouTube account. Take a screenshot at the top left corner, or whatever portion that shows your YouTube name from your perspective, from your account. That way you'll know it's you. Message me in Discord. Start a My Funded Futures account, or have one. Give me the email that goes with that account, and I'll get you your account by tomorrow. Rewind if you didn't pick up the directions. You have 1 hour to comply or you forfeit your prize. I've been nice this last week of people forgetting to send the email or whatever. Going forward, if you don't claim your prize, it's going to be a tough luck. You got 1 hour to send it to me. I'll have to re-give the prize. Lately, I've been like, people are like, oh, I didn't, you know. That way I can have a system where it's efficient. I can get in, get out, get the accounts. Sometimes I'll have like 5 winners and one person won't speak up, and I send the 4 over, and then the next day I send another one over middle of the night. A lot of upkeep. You guys help me, I'll help you. I love you guys. Today I'm giving away my funded futures. I think they're 50K. Hold up. 50K starter. These guys, yeah. 50K starters. Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Yeah.
Matt fires up the rocket scooter. Day trade swings like a wild commuter. Charts dance jig and stocks go higher. Resilience guides like stars, white fire.
I feel like I'm on a sleigh, dude. Like a horse carriage.
Liquidity maps reveal the twist.
Congrats, guys.
Seen by day. Trading magic just one.
Doesn't this feel like a freaking like Western Hollywood review? Oh. Like people like dancing and singing on stage and shit with cowboy hats. Cool deal. Where'd we go?
Seeing gains in the starlit light. Day to dive with speed of light.
As much as you want to hate this song, it's hard to.
DD show positional might.
At first we heard it, we were like, what?
The market
And then we're like,
swift and keen.
pretty golden, right?
It's got strategy sharp and clean.
Oh, oh, oh. That's in the flow. Oh. I feel like it would be like where the credits, like this is like a goofy sitcom where we're like all Western. I got like a bandana. Then this is a bandana, right? It's me in a cowboy hat and a flannel shirt and somebody else, and we're like leaning against each other, going like, you know, and the sitcom credits are rolling. Has like a goofy sitcom feel to it, like this guy, that guy. You know what I mean? Feels like it, right? The credits are like rolling at the end of the show. All right. Let's put on the chill music again. We love it. All right. All right, guys. Congrats to the winners. We'll probably do another one like towards the end of the stream, but all this last week I was kind of testing out streaming through the afternoon. Starting Tuesday after Memorial Day, I'll be hosting my own lunch hour afternoon segment with My Funded Futures. So we will see you guys live over there. As soon as I finish my stream here, I'll roll you guys over into that. We'll be doing giveaways here up until the last minute, and then probably giveaways there as well. Super excited to get the ball rolling with that. Yeah. When you go bust, LOL. Yeah, that's like exactly the jingle for going bust. The perfect song to do the Carlton dance to. That's exactly what it looks like. Oh boy. All right. Now we're gonna feel this market today. Market's trying really hard to fight off any kind of selling. This is actually pretty good if you are a bull, and we are getting a little bit of bump on stock. So I wouldn't be betting on a market crash today, to be honest. It's looking like it's starting to recover and heal. Question is, do I want to take any more trades? I'm already up 10K today. I don't know if I'm going to take any further risks. There's EST and QQQ, as everybody here knows. God, it's just like, I feel like anything I do from here is going to be the wrong decision. Head and shoulder. Looks like a head and shoulders, kind of, yeah. It's like the Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Oh yeah, that's a good movie. What's my profit? On the screen. Whatever this is. It's 10,500 today. So the top 5 are my funded next accounts. The bottom 5 are my Tradeify straight to funded. This account here is like $500 away from blowing up though. So I'm kind of like scared to do anything yet. These two are evals that I'm trying to pass. These are funded. So I get like one more shot at this eval. I'll probably go bust and I'll probably refresh it tomorrow, but the first one though. Remember yesterday I had one account that was like really red while the other ones were green? That was the red one. Full part Borgo. I'm thinking about doing it. If I hit some good solid pivot, I thought about shorting at yellow line, but I didn't. It only has like $380. So I gotta hit it with like one contract, probably ES. And the market goes in my favor, I'll full port it. Right? You know it, Tom. I'm like, you know, I'd rather just start over, but I get one more shot at it. I can hit it with something. Okay, so going forward today, guys, I'll just give you some little tidbits here. Bull zone bottom is really strong support if your stocks are bullish, and we have this ratio called DD. It's just a shorthand for it. That ratio is right up here at the top. Okay. When this ratio, when the stocks are bullish, the market tends to hover in bull zone to match. Like the S&P is tracking the stocks. So as you see, we've had really solid support here. And it's actually not a bad place to long from if when we're bullish in this market. Yeah, an eval 300 away from max loss, and you trade your way back up to 2K. I think I remember that day, Gabriel, because you were like yelling in chat. No, that was the other day when the market sold off and you had called the short or whatever. I remember you were talking about it. Was that the day? I remember I was like, way to go, Gabriel, because you nailed it. Whatever, it was like, I think it was like 2 days ago or less, maybe it was Friday. You blew an eval with $12 away. I hate that feeling being so close. It's like I can wait 2 or 3 days for the perfect trade, or I can just, you know, full port it at one of the pivots. Not full port. I'd hit it with one contract, and then if it bounced in my favor, like bull zone, like if it landed here, if it starts turning green and goes up maybe like $200 or $300, then I'll just add to the position to build it back to buffer, which is like, you know, close to, these ones have, these are the 100K, so they have this one I got screwed because I was trying to short yesterday, and then that bullshit fake Trump news came out, and it popped up really quick, and I just rapidly closed all the accounts. This was the one that took some heat. One of my Tradeify took some heat as well on that trade. Yeah, it was last Friday. Oh yeah, when QQQ dropped. You had a funded account, you dropped to minus 1,800, now at 8K profit. Do I own any stocks? I don't. I don't trade stocks anymore. I also don't own stocks anymore. I find my money is better invested elsewhere and not paying short-term capital gains tax on baby gains a year holding stocks. I don't care about dividends enough. I'm much more aggressive with my investments because I'm still young. Stock market is more of like a medium to low risk investment. Stock market always goes up over time. Make your 5 to 20% a year, whatever, depending on markets conditions. And swing trading stocks, the only time I ever take any kind of what I call medium risk investment, it would be like when I'm swing trading the market using options, which is a little bit higher risk than stocks, but you lose a lot of the gain to taxes, and that's the reason I don't really do it. I'd rather push my money into more riskier investments, like businesses and other things. So I have no desire to invest in the stock market. It's not big enough gains for me to care about. Now, if I was a billionaire, obviously I'd plant many millions of dollars in the stock market to forget about it, just to have a nest egg growing over here. Basically, as I make my windfalls in life, I'm taking that money and building something, and taking that money and building something. Last thing I want to do is fight for a 5 or 10% gain that Uncle Sam takes 40% of it. You reset a 50K TPT today. Oh no. Happens, dude. Happens to all of us. You think you need to lose money because you're up 3,400 on Fund Next eval, so you won't have to make up 800K to pass? So with Fund Next, the problem is that the DLL never goes away. With other accounts like Tradeify, all I have to do is keep trading bigger, and there's no DLL to really like bust you. But the fact you have a daily loss limit means that, yeah, it is going to hurt you to go over consistency, because it's going to take you a little bit longer to get it, because you know, you have a daily loss limit that you can't just keep, like with Tradeify, if I make 5K in an account, I'm like, oh, I got to keep making 5K because of the consistency. I don't have a daily loss limit. I get plenty of fat to be able to invest that hard. With Funded Next, you don't get that fat. You have that solid daily loss limit still. So if you make that much, it's going to be hard to pass because of the consistency that you have to have and the daily loss limit. But then again, you know, it's 40%, so it's not really that bad. The problem you face is trying to lose on purpose, Dustin, and I'll tell you, as hard as it is, as easy it is to think, let me just go lose some money. When you go try to lose on purpose, you're going to win on accident half the time and make the problem worse. So the best you can do is take it the way that it is and don't try to lose money. You know what I mean? I feel like if you try to lose, you'll probably win. The market is terrible like that. So I'm still thinking we have bull support from here. But sometimes what happens is you can't help it. Sometimes the market just moves too fast or news goes in your favor. What happens if you're in a trade and you wanted to make 1,000 and the news came out and you accidentally made 5,000? You're not going to celebrate that in a prop firm. You'll be like, holy crap, that just busted my consistency. And in the 50K account, you only get 1250 of daily loss limit. But you have to continuously make more trades because you made 5,000. The other ones have to be equally high. How are you going to make $5,000 on the next day with 1250 loss limit? It's hard, right? You're making like 4-to-1 trades every day. So it's a very valid problem. Doesn't mean he's, you know, like he could have just accidentally made it. And that happens to me all the time. So what I normally do is I just accept that as the max I'm going to do. I don't try to lose on purpose because I'll end up winning on the purpose, digging that hole deeper. Just going forward, it just means you got to trade a little bit more aggressive, which is fine with an end of the day drawdown. What you'll do is if you want to make 3,000 the next day, make one trade of normal amount to put some buffer into that account. So say you have a 1250 daily loss limit, right? And your target is to try to make 3,000 again. Even a 1.5 or 1 to trade, you might make, you know, $1,000 to $1,500 in one trade, which is great because that then increases your daily loss limit for your second trade. Then you can hit your second trade hard to get 3,000. 1250 plus whatever your gain would be your new loss limit if you made a trade. So have a small trade and then with that extra buffer, then hit a second big trade. Don't try to hit a big trade on your first trade when the DLL is small. Does that make sense? This is what I do if I have to beat the consistency. Take a normal trade, just pretend like you didn't bust your consistency. Take a normal size trade, and then it gives you a little bit more buffer for your next trade. Then hit your next trade pretty hard, and it won't be too hard to get that 3,000 a second and third time and still be on pace to get your payout the same rate. And as K-Spec said, if you lose, then you're just break even for the day, which is right. You make one trade, then your bigger trade doesn't work and you break even, just call it. And that's pretty much, you can 1-2 that. And with 40% consistency, you only have to do this 3 times and you're good. Or 2 times. Well, no, 3 times. My first trade of the day alone, I looked back to see when I can look, and I didn't see you say anything about taking it. My very first trade of the day was the moment the market opened. I didn't make any trades pre-market. So the moment the market opened, literally the moment the market opened, within like 2 minutes, I was long. Let's go back and watch it. We'll be doing maybe another giveaway, I think, towards the end of the stream today. Maybe about an hour or two. An hour away. Let me see if I can't watch it real quick. Where's that initial trade? It's quick.
Game of Thrones.
Let me open up the stream here. Let me go see where I made it. Let's look at it together, y'all. Let's see. Let me go find it. Maybe the timestamp. Oh wow, this is what my stream looks like. Okay, so I start about 7:30. So let's go about right close to 2:30. Not where Stream should start. Let's see. That's still pre-market. That's still pre-market. It's quick. I'm fixing my necklace there. That's still pre-market. LOL. Pre-market, 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 pre-market. I'm showing people the red line trick. Here we go. Right here. Right here. Ooh, 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 ooh. So top of the screen, red. So right at about, oh, give or take. That's quick. Timestamp here. Oh, copy video URL. Can I copy it? Timestamp. Right about minus 156.39. Wait for the glasses cleaning. So if that means any sense. So basically, can I show that how many? And then we started at, oh, let's see, minus 3. Minus 3. So basically an hour and a half. I'm sorry. An hour and a half. About an hour into stream. The minute you see the gray boxes pop up on the right side and the number here. So this is my long trade out the door here. Let's revisit and have some fun. Exactly when I execute. That's it. They'll be worth 200K if I'm right. So right down here. Talking about my options trade. Again, market just opened. The market, but I'm going to keep longing the market off of good long pivots, and then I've got calls in case the market puts. So when you watch me trade, just watch my mouse appear at the top of these buttons. There. Liquidity pivot to tap the IP right here at illiquidity pivot 41 tap. Let's see what I did. We're over MHP. I know. Right. So it's just a hedge. Like I'm okay throwing 20K at a hedge in the market. They're up 100% already, so we'll see if it works. So meta, right? We're in liquidity maps here and see what we get. Your SU hedge pressure. Everything's pretty decent for a long setup here out the door. I could take this long on the bounce. I don't hate it. Long and long. I'm at half gap with positive res, looking solid. Okay, like there was some idiot in chat that was like, oh, I don't understand what this guy's doing. You guys went to the boot camp. I long, positive res, long at half gap, and that's, if you've gone to the boot camp, you know that that's a very solid trade plan, right? Tradeify has a flash sale on the advance account. Wait, oh yeah, it's $50 on the advance, right? So use code Rocket Scooter, you guys, to get the Tradeify flash sale for the advance account. I think it's $50 for the 150 account. So yeah, 50 for 150K account, I think, right? Was that a normal size contract? That was, I think I just put 2 contracts on this one. I longed like with 2. So you guys understand when I say I long at half gap with positive res. I look for resilience to spike up to 50. I long at half gap to next pivot. I'm in. I'm going to stage into this just a little tiny bit. I longed. It dipped a little bit further. I added a second contract. Advanced account is their KJ. You don't want it. I mean, you might, but it's their Apex equivalent. It's trailing drawdown. So they have like an Apex competitor with advance. They have an ETF competitor with growth. Then they have their straight to funded with Tradeify. Advance is the trailing drawdown version of their stuff, and it's really good as far as an account goes. But you probably don't like trailing drawdown. Yeah, right. So I know you probably wouldn't like it. It's a great product, though, if you like trailing drawdown. Nothing against it, but we hate trailing drawdown here, don't we? Up before down, looking solid here. I traded just to the range. And Nasdaq has a really strong, solid dip here. Like I said, I'm going to keep long in the market at my strong pivots just to have something good here. I'm going to keep long into my strong pivots to have something there. Somebody was like, I don't understand what you did. I explained it pretty well. And I'm also like trying to trade and explain it at the same time. I spit out what I'm doing. I told you guys what I was doing. I'm looking up because that's where my other accounts are. Every time I look up, I'm trading my other accounts because they're up there on the screen. All right, so up to red line, I think is the move today. Up to red line is the move today. There was like somebody was just mad for some reason. Like here I am, I made money and they were like, oh, I don't get it. Up to red line is the move today. There it was. And that's the plan. That's the move. Yeah, if I was doing a bad job, I know Master Rich, I know you would tell me. As long as things stay good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we're good. As long as things stay good. Resilience is good. DD ratio is good. Yeah, I'm good. Now I'm looking up to the left at the rest of my Tradeify accounts. I longed on those. So up here is Funda Next. Up there is Tradeify. I'm longing and longing and longing, adding to my accounts probably like earlier on that one. I'm longing out the door. I'm longing out the door. Fuck that guy. Okay. I'm even singing it to you guys. Okay. I'm just being funny. Now again, I don't feel longing to red line. Up, 4 down. Let's go up, 4 down. It's easy peasy. That was pretty simple. Oh boy, baby. Daddy making that money. And then I close the position at the stop. The support. All signs good. Running out the door. Scalping back to high. Closing it out. Don't have upper target. So chill on that one. And I made that trade a couple of times, but like longing back to high, making that scalp. So I don't know why that person was angry. I was very clear, I thought, about everything I did. I was singing it. Longing up to red line. The first trade I take out the door, though, was just a trade back to open range, which is pretty normal. We let the market chop around a little bit and then finally took the break out. Yeah, like somebody was mad at me. For 150Ks, my normal size is 4 E-minis max on S&P, 2 max on NASDAQ. My average size is 1 NASDAQ and 2 S&P. I did 2 S&P on that trade. I got super early on the first trade. Yeah, like I scalped back to the range. I wasn't certain that everything was going well. And so once I got that big up candle, which was up too quick, I closed out at the top, which is normally what I do. You trade to next resistance, right? And so the next resistance, it's clear to see that the market is kind of got resistance here all day long. And so, you know, trade the next resistance, give it a couple minutes, let it restabilize, then figure out what I wanted to do. That first move was worth $3,000. Then the second move was worth, you know, the other 7. But had I held on to it, it would have dipped while the market's still chopping around the open. Right when we popped up here, resilience started dipping lower, and that's kind of what squeezed me out and made me like fearful of the trade, because I remember seeing it smaller little dip at that time. And so I closed it down. But either case, opening range scalp, sometimes it's quick. Sometimes you don't have a target. Sometimes you have a target. You know, you can use the chart to kind of like quickly get a target. That was like a 1-to-1 trade. Not that, you know, write it on the screen. I'm going to hire a guy in a clown costume to sing, you know, a song while holding balloons for the next person that wants to. They were like, I don't get it. Why'd you do that? This is bullshit. I'm like, I don't know. Wait, what? 1 out of 10,000 people are just in a salty mood sometimes. I don't know. Market's looking good today. I wouldn't be shorting this. I had plenty of range scalps all day today. I kind of just want to wait it out because I've already made, you know, a decent amount on all these trades. This is kind of where I am now in these accounts. I can't make any more in these. These are all at consistency lock. I have some room in these two guys to trade with, which I might actually. I can still make some trades on a couple of them. The problem is that we have liquidity pocket here in QQQ, which is great. This is a good setup all day long to scalp these 40 points. I'm sure you guys have been having a fiesta freaking trading this 40-point liquidity pocket. Have you guys been trading this 40 points in QQQ all day long? EST, 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 EST. Have y'all been... Sir, according to a thumbnail designer... What? I would say you need a better and attractive thumbnails. A better and attractive thumbnails for your YouTube videos. And you can tell me, no offense, but for my media or art director would have to speak fluent English to be representing my brand. I'm sure you're good at what you do. I also can make shit with ChatGPT, but no thanks. Nothing personal. I would never hire somebody who doesn't speak fluent English. Maybe for marketing for my team. But I do wish you luck in your endeavors. Not making fun. Just this is... I'm a very blunt person. This is the reason I would say no. But I do wish you luck in your business, but not interested. I like Cartoon Matt. What's wrong with Cartoon Matt? Cartoon Matt is nice. Don't say fine. I'm being nice to you. But I can't babysit somebody's output. I am his fixed thumbnail for you, Matt. Pick me, please. Yeah. You'd have to understand, you know, the audience you're targeting, and, you know, obviously the idioms of trading and stuff are very important. And idioms require fluent understanding of the language. God, man, LP has just been paying out all day today, you scalpers. I'm almost sad I haven't been taking a lot of scalps. So I mean, I'm locked in. Just maybe I could trade in 2 of these though. Yeah, add my feet to the thumbnails. Actually, that would actually get a lot of views. Put my handsome looking feet on there. Only trades by Matt. Y'all are funny. Hey, you're an idiom, whatever. Hey, so God, this has been so fun. Like this just LP lock right here on this trade, 515 to 516. We have a setup for this. Liquidity pockets. These are called EST trades. We have a whole handout for it every single time. And as you see, sometimes the market just loves you. And I'm sure today, I don't know how many, everybody type in chat if you've been trading LP on NASDAQ and how many times you did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bull zone, bear zone, bull zone, bear zone, bull zone, bear zone. Sometimes you get in a rhythm like this where it's really lovely. You're a foot model. We'll use Chester's feet then. That's fine. Like 3 times, like 10 times, traded like 5 times. Many, like LP all day, every day, just in and out, in and out, in and out. That's cool, guys. That's really cool. Very cool. Oh, by the way, when you hit these IPs, when you touch these red lines, they go away forever. So the minute you touch them, you got to delete them. This one as well. So they don't, the red lines only last until they're tapped once. This is really good. It reminds me of the previous days where we had like higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, and it's looking like it's trying to squeeze for a burp up. All signs are good. There's no evidence of a sell-off, and Rez just got a little bump here with some stocks moving. Remember, Nasdaq has a key level it needs to reclaim, or else things get pretty bad. We need to get to 519. It needs to get way up here over the next day or two, or it's bad. And we're not picking up a lot of momentum here for that. Liquidity pockets are one of our best setups. They work 90% of the time. And now you see sometimes the market just gets in a rhythm where it just works. It works. It works. It works. And it's really nice. There's no like momentum to the upside. There's no momentum to the downside. The market's just found a trap. Full liquidity trap here. Clean. Yep. If you're not interested in trading it because it looks sideways, no problem at all either. One time done for the day, consistent. Nice, dude. Nice. In and out, in and out, in and out until they get you. Right. And that's how it works, right? In and out, in and out. And then one time it gets you, and then you're like, okay, I'm done. You expect the bottom bear zone to pop anytime soon now, though? I feel it. Like, I feel like the fact that it's not like moving from here makes me nervous. Like, if I was to make this trade like 3 or 4 times, I would feel like, you know, you guys should probably be done for the day. If you've made this trade 4 times, lightning's struck well for you like 3 or 4 times in a row, I always feel like, okay. Now, it can go 10 or 15 times. I'm not going to lie. But I usually count my blessings. If I get 3 or 4 good trades, sometimes I feel like, okay. It's like, just kind of like, yeah. Odds aren't really moving since 30 minutes of session. Pop. It's nothing yet. Okay. I haven't even. How's the Tradeify TV show doing? I didn't even pop in there to say hi. Let me pop in there to say hi. Show my love. The hymns of the zones. That's hilarious. I have about 1,000 people watching. Not bad. The thing is I don't know any of these people on the show. I need to go introduce myself to them. Only channel subscribers of 1 minute or longer. Well, geez, all right. You're in a good mood today, even before market open. Why? Because IDOC has been cooking me breakfast. Yeah, they have a pretty decently sized audience out the door, about 1,000 people. I like these hosts. They're pretty good. They sound good. They speak well. I don't know if they're good traders, but they speak very well. I think Brett picked some good peeps. Yeah, originally I was offered this role. I couldn't do it because of this. Because you guys, I love you guys so much. I can't leave. Yeah, that looks good. You got all these people simping on Miriam. Like, everyone's like, Miriam's a hottie. Miriam's beautiful. That's what everybody was saying in chat. I'm just reading chat. Cool. Well, they did the next best thing. They got another guy named Matt, so that's good. At least they picked somebody with a cool name. Most volatility you saw was people selling gold and buying equity yield names curve because they won't believe yields are going much over 5% in the long end. It's... Yeah, like most people don't believe that. I think yields can go higher. I think because inflation's going to be higher. So, you know, treasuries have been dropping for years. It's been like such a... I'm one of the few people that believe that the yields can go 7-8%. I know it sounds a lot, but it's just, we've been watching, and it's just because it's the state of the weird inflation we have and trade war and tariffs. I mean, we have just been like dropping. This is the TLT, even since 2022, since the last recession. You know, there was a big interest in here, but then once inflation was just really high, the bond market was just nuked. And then, of course, the credit downgrade is going to make things even worse. You know, obviously, you know, your ability to pay back your debts is your credit score. And people are not necessarily, you know, and you get a credit downgrade, then the probability that you know, your treasury department defaults or your government defaults on the loan, you know, you buy their debt, they owe you money, goes up. So the bond trade becomes even more toxic. And so as bonds continue to deteriorate, the yields are going to go up. And I think with the Moody's downgrade, plus the idea that the equities are just so hot and inflation's still high, treasuries are just toast, man. I feel it. What do you think, Planner? What do you think about that? I think the treasury trade is dead in the water, and it's dead from here. I think, like, there's no mechanism where yields are going to come down because nobody wants to buy treasury bonds. So the yields go up when the demand goes down. As long as inflation is high, we need inflation to come back down, and the projections are high because of the tariffs. So as long as tariffs are there, I don't think people are going to be touching bonds for a while. It's kind of a weird situation we're in, right? I think pipelines and railroads are on sale. That's an interesting thought. Comparable to the Top Step TV crew, not watchable for long periods, you said? No. Yeah, I would say we'll see how well, you know, the traders are, how good they do. I think it'd be kind of cool to see, you know, maybe they pick some people that are going to crush it. We don't know. But they do show at the top of the screen their account, the trades that they're in, the balance. Kind of neat. Ooh, 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 ooh. How to follow the bond auctions? I've never really followed them. I think they print the results somewhere. I don't think there's like a live feed of any of it, but I wouldn't know. The results are just stated through like the news feeds. I'm sure there's somewhere you can tie in and see what the things are as live as they happen. You don't watch prop channels. One of the problems is that like a lot of your really good YouTubers or really good traders have their own show, so they can't really. The prop channels usually have to have people that don't have a brand or don't have a following because they don't have a daytime stream or something. So I don't know any of the people on the Traderify channel, but they all seem pretty cool. They sound good when they talk. They talk well. The flow is good. The banter's good. It's not bad. It feels like a good trading show. For me, you know, I always gauge something by not how well the speakers are, but I like to see are they good at trading. That's all that matters to me. Have I tried algo trading with these levels? Is there a prop that allows API algos? I don't know, Monkey. I don't know. I haven't tried automating my trading, but I'd love to. One of my goals is to automate this for myself somehow at some point. I'm getting to the phase that I think I can actually do that. Automate liquidity, pocket trades, scalping, things like that. Use some AI and machine learning to kind of assist with it. I think I could. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Equities are doing good, so I don't think there is a good short setup here or anything. I think the market is still pressing higher like it did yesterday. It was exactly the same like it did yesterday. Damn, lower high, that same kind of algorithmic push we had yesterday. Push, 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 and dive out. I don't think we're going to get that today, but we might. I'm just too afraid of the greater bear market. QQQ is looking really nasty. On liquidity monthly maps, look at this. Monthly maps. Not liquidity monthly maps. QQQ plunged into bear zone, and that's very problematic on monthly maps. You guys know how monthly maps work. You need to have a sustainable bull zone for the longer term bull market. You need to be above the dark gray, and you need the dark gray to be sloping down. However, yesterday's selling plunged us into the light gray, which is bear zone, and the light gray is actually sloping up. And the dark gray is sloping up. This means bear market. So today we sold hard enough yesterday, and today we must recover this 519 level for us to have even a shred of hope of a liquid market. And that's pretty far away on NASDAQ. So NASDAQ really needs to climb today, or else we lose the momentum to the upside and tomorrow's a dud. Very problematic here. Wait a minute, that's yesterday. So by tomorrow, we need to be above this 519 level, at least, or 518 level, sorry. Yeah, probably no mechanism for selling off today, though. But normally with sell-offs, you can't predict them, and liquid markets don't crash, and liquidity pockets usually hold very well. So did they give away the accounts? Did we give away our accounts? We gave away our accounts already. You shoot your shot. We're gonna do another giveaway in a little bit. In about 20 minutes, okay? One more. At 11:15 a.m. One more. But you guys, here's the rule. Number 1, sub to the channel. 2, like the stream. We're gonna do a ton of giveaways. We'll be doing my funded futures giveaways all the time now. So, and a bunch of other giveaways as well. Briefly go over gold. Right, hold on a second. Gold is in what we kind of call no man's land. When you have this particular setup and you're below this blue line, it has no trade plan. There's really nothing to say. So with gold, it's basically in like a bearish sort of choppy mechanism that I wouldn't be longing from here or shorting from here. We don't touch it in this environment until it gets a definitive bull break. Today, if GLD, for instance, broke 305, it would have momentum to move higher. But you're still kind of bearish in general right now with this monthly gamma being negative. Gold is in an interesting spot because, you know, gold rallied really heavily while there was inflation. And your question with gold is are we still going to have inflation or not? So gold is a bet on the trade war right now and the output of what's going to happen with the talks. If gold starts to, you know, clearly gold is still bullish in the long haul. But that's also because, you know, forecasts are that we're going to experience large amounts of inflation due to the tariffs. So because of that, gold is still along on the longer term, just not today. Today, gold is still pulling back. Could probably get a lower low for a long if one more bullish. On the longer term, with GLD, this 295 level is really strong support. So if I were bullish, this 295, as you see, has been supporting the market very well. Really strong support there. No mechanism today for this market to sell off, and it doesn't look like it's trying to. People are still kind of really, you know, bet on trade war really hard. And it could be very possible to rally right back up to the top where we started yesterday. I personally am not taking any bets on that, though. I'm not taking any bets anywhere. It still has that kind of short, squeezy push look that we've seen for the last couple of days, and we could get like a big green pop candle in a minute. But, you know, I'd kind of like to see how the greater market portion of this plays out. You know, like this 191 level is a really solid resistance. Do we end up closing down in here or lower? Maybe, maybe not. It's just... They also eventually come knock on gold's door. Yep, very true. So no selling pressure today whatsoever. And the market feels the same way it felt the other day when it's just squeezing higher and squeezing higher and squeezing higher, and stocks are getting momentum today. Let's look at the tech sector and see what they're doing. Tech sector popped and dropped. Let's look at Google was the darling child yesterday. Let's take a look at Google and Nvidia, because yesterday was just that big upstay. Still bullish, still good. Nvidia consolidating at the top here still. It doesn't feel like there's any selling pressure today, you guys. Not at all. Nvidia's bullish liquidity map. Usually when you see this kind of momentum, it's always like, you know, hinting that it wants to just blast up. But I know from the greater market that I'm not going to jump in on this at this high here. I'm going to chill and sit back on it. Although this very quickly ascending wedge sort of pattern, right, typically corresponds with something like that. And that could be today's move. Typically, if I have a high of the day, that DD band is pretty much high of the day. I don't think we break that with any sort of momentum at all. We're going to watch this together. All right, I'm going to clear out the chat. You guys type MFFU. You have to be here, though, and we'll do it in like 15 minutes. So I'm clearing out this. Start over. MFFU. Don't type it yet, but if you are typing it, it will show up. You only need to type it once. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Ooh, ooh. Bum, ba-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Stocks are strong. Stocks are solid. This is a buying day for a lot of people. This is kind of testing out, you know, how Wall Street feels about this dip we just got. Are people still buying this? SPY, a liquidity pocket bouncing between the two zones. And it's, again, there's just, it's got, the algos are just picking this back up because stocks are doing very well today. But it is just not picking up momentum. 367. Yep. Every bit of this feels like it wants to go up, but you still have the NQ raising price. The stocks are going up. Nobody's really selling stocks today. Yesterday it could just been like a one-time thing. But we're not reclaiming levels good enough for me to believe that this is just a one-time thing. The market really needs to move much quicker. I'm watching tick charts just to kind of observe the flow here. There's that breakout high on this. Pressing through last intra-hour high. So we're sitting here at this 7.7 level. So I think up a lot of momentums in the stocks today. So once a month, we're going to do a giveaway with Rocket Scooter for lifetime. We'll do that at the end of May. We do it every month. We do a lifetime giveaway. If you have purchased more than $1,000 worth of evals with our code, you can enter a drawing for lifetime. And then basically you just enter the drawing, and when you win, you have to verify that you show me your receipts. Use our code. Live profit trading. How's market treating me today? Pretty good. I'm up, whatever that's on the screen, like 10,000 something. My Tradeifys and my funded nexts. It's been a good day. Good day. Nothing. This chop range is not tradable. I do nothing inside of here. We were sitting here inside of too strong, like a strong liquidity pocket from here. There's nothing. I have no actionable trades except for maybe longing off a bull zone bottom, which is here. This was a good long setup, I think, on S&P. But again, we're below strong resistances. I don't feel like the market's rallying anymore. Yesterday's news was pretty bad. The QQQ sold off way too hard and ended up into longer term bear territory. And this is just retracing inside of that. Probably lower by the end of the day. You're down on Oxy. You're buying the dips and pipelines at the yields and holding crude. Can't even get out of the ground for $60 Brent, man. I getting heavy, but I have faith. Dude, I actually had a long conversation with my brother last night about the same thing. They've got oil on their land, and they're talking about drilling it. And yeah, $60 is, oil's probably destined to be lower than $60. Probably like 40s to 50s. There's really no mechanism for oil to go up unless inflation still goes up, then maybe. But the oil trade is sort of not really working out. Yeah. Yeah, it's like people wanting the oil to be a little higher than that. I agree with you, man. It's hard. It's going to be hard because I don't think we're going to see like $70, $80 oil for a while. And the crummy part. I agree with you, man. Chop City today, man. Boring ass day. Still bullishness-ish today. The question I have is, do I want to take a liquidity pocket long on Q? I mean, an IP long on Qs. Qs do have the mechanism to go from 16 to 19 today. If there's a really strong push off of 16, it can't go to 19. Roughly 3-to-1 setup for opportunistic bulls. That if you're still super bullish and you wanted a dip to buy, and yesterday was the dip, this is a long entry for that big run if one were bullish. If one were bearish, you know, rejecting, and here is your trade. Nothing bearish about this range right here. This range is actually pretty bullish, even from here. Q4, Q5 latest, 70 Brent. Yeah, that's probably as good as it'll get. I don't disagree with you. Each time the S&P and Nasdaq have pressed, it's pressed to higher highs. Each one of these waves, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Every part of you tells you, you know, every part of your trader training tells you that that is bullish, right? Everybody here is probably like, do you chase that? Is it going to pop? It very much could. Stocks are going higher and higher. People, you know, there's no evidence of any pullback. How gamma levels calculated? They come from options, and you can utilize options. If you know that there's an option that's going to be hedged to neutral, you can calculate how much hedging will take place to neutralize that option at any point in price. So maximum gamma exposure is the maximum amount of order flow due to delta hedging. And so you can basically use Black-Scholes. It's a complex math equation that allows you to calculate that. I can find you guys find the more complex. It's a math model that allows you to value options. And it's all in here. A little Wikipedia for you. You kind of have to be like a mathematician. Not that difficult if you know how to read all this stuff, but gamma is the second partial derivative of the change in price of the underlying. So V is, I don't know what they define V as. Price of the option divided by, or second partial derivative in respect to time. So gamma is this. This is how you calculate it. It's like a little complicated, but yeah, get AI to explain it to you like you're 5. So Black-Scholes is a, you know, multivariable differential equation that you can do. You know, Greeks are partial differentials. You just do 2 relative pieces of each other inside of a bigger equation. Changing this respect to change to this, holding everything else constant, and you get your partial differentials, and then you calculate Greeks from various ones like delta is the change in price, like velocity of price change of the option. This is the price of the underlying, S of t, in respect to time. So change in price of the underlying, the option divided by the change in price of the underlying. So basically the relationship between how the option changes value versus the underlying changes value is your delta. And then your gamma is the derivative of that. So second derivative, so velocity acceleration, basically vega is change in price of the option with respect to, and your sigma is there, and you go up here and it tells you what it is. All the pieces are here. Standard deviation of the stock's returns, blah, blah, blah. Crazy math. Don't try to do it. This market's trying to make a little break for it here. Very algorithmic, like it's just curving up, following, tracking the stock. Stocks are getting a bump here. Yeah, no further selling from here. I don't feel it. What is this one? Mm-hmm. Nice little bull break looking good here. Solid. S&P breaking through that strong yellow line resistance there. Wow, looking nice. Looks like this market's looking to recover a lot of what yesterday sold off. That's pretty good. Kind of back to yesterday's lows again. No more further short squeezing on this. What do you guys think? We selling from here? What do y'all got? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Should you just pick a lower stop loss, just limiting cost of entry? For what? Here's that big pivot right here on S&P. That's it. So bears will know that this is your resistance target if you're bearish. That's it. This is basically the topping point if you are a bear. This is a little spot right here. I still am not going to want to short this, but I already made my trade today and I feel pretty good. Down from here is very likely. Very likely. Really strong pivot. Second time we've tapped it today. Let's see what my... Let me double check what the... Something really quick here. Profit target is 6,000 with my funded next. Okay. On the 100. Yeah, little resistance here. Now this is the question. This is where that bear pivot happens. You're bearish, this is your level. That's it. All day today we talked about this being the range here to here, right? This is the range. It's the second attempt at it. Usually the second attempt tries to break, but we'll see. This market is holding really strong and stocks are pushing. So I don't know if I would be shorting this for big reversals here. You're going to need to see the stocks pulling back and the stocks are not moving. Resilience is giving us the answer there. So essentially, with resilience being positive, it's telling you that the majority of stocks are basically gapping down or whatever, and then or gapping up and going. So gapping and going are filling their gaps. Resilience is going to tell you that this is the low of day. So with positive res, we're holding in here. Okay. So if there's any end of the day selling, maybe, but as of right now, dude, the more and more stocks are picking up a bid here. So this white line going up is really good. Telltale sign. I wouldn't, but personally, you guys know the rule. We don't long into yellow line because it's such a solid resistance. I hear pickle. There you go. Yo, what's up?
Where's your money on the floor?
Wait, I had some strippers over here earlier.
You didn't invite me?
No, not yet. Oh, what's this? Thank you.
Midday snack? You're not done with your breakfast yet.
No, not yet. No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to come here and clean up. You're sick. No, no. Go lay down and rest.
I've laid.
Hmm?
I've been laid.
You've been laid?
I've been laid.
How was it?
It was great.
Was it good for you?
So good.
Very nice. You don't have to come in here and clean up my money, my hooker money, my stripper money.
I'm superstitious about money on the floor. I'm Asian.
What happens if there's money on the floor?
It means you don't respect the money you make, and therefore it is on the floor. Kind of like don't ever put your foot on someone's head. That's disrespecting someone's brain and abilities.
Oh, I did. I put my foot on your head the other day, didn't I?
I know you did, and I almost killed you.
All right. I learned that the hard way. I never even knew this was a sticker. I mean, I feel like an idiot, but like not a sticker, but like a sticker with white around it. I just thought it was like a yellow dot.
Oh, I see.
There's white. There's like clear borders around the Topo Chico sticker. I see. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. You feeling? Did you get one? You want me to go get you? You want me to go to the store and get you some?
Yeah, because Allegra's non-drowsy. Anything else,
Yep.
I'm gonna be out.
I thought I had some. Pick the medicine cabinet. Let me know if you don't. I'll go get it. All right. Everyone says hi.
Hi, everybody.
Everyone thanked you for not killing me, by the way.
Not picked up. Actually, I don't like.
We're in bed. Sit up here with me while I work. Here, hang up here. Used to be here whenever you were small. Used to love working with me. He would just sit behind me in my chair. When he was smaller, as a puppy, he would just lay here for hours while I'd work. What's up, bud? Margin buffer yellow line resistance pivot strong as fuck today. Strong AF, but still the stocks are picking up a lot of steam and momentum to go. You want out of here? You went out of here? Went out? Done? Done? You done, buddy? Done? Bite my face. Bother her. I think he really hates the lights, dude. He freaks out when these lights are turned on. What price was the red line that goes with that? Good question. What price is the red? Let me get it. This one goes all the way far back to here. Let's double check. This day, 54.17. Resistance here, like I said, if you're bearish, that was your pivot. That was it. We talked about it all morning today. I'm not trying to short this though. Although I am bearish. I have Qs. QQQ puts. For NQ, not ES. Julian. Bro. No, I'm just kidding. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. All this extra work you're making me do. Shit, I don't know where it comes from. Hold up. Where did I get that from? Oh, we must have had a second impact line on this day. There it is. No, wait, hold on. Where the hell is it? I hope I didn't delete it. I think it's off of here. Oh, yeah, here it is, right here. I think that's the one. 424. Let me double check. I got you, man. Hold up. Why is it deleted? Oh, what the hell? Come on. Yeah, so that's where it came from. I don't know why I deleted it on accident. 19424. I got you, man. Hold up. I don't know why I deleted off of this chart. Maybe I was drunk trading or something. There it is. Oh, well, oops. I already drew it. That's the one. Okay. No, when you touch the yellow, it stays forever. You'll notice that it's always going to be a pivot. When you touch the red, they both go away. Only the red. When you rebalance the imbalance by smacking back into the red, then they both go away. Yellow is like the exhaustion of the imbalance. So if you don't touch the red, the yellow is like, how far can it go while imbalanced, kind of thing. Player channel, nice, dude. Maybe stop losses aggressively. As long as you're actively managing a position, you can't. There's nothing wrong with that. Problem with bearish is I don't have a bearish target for today. The range is basically it. If you are shorting today and you're looking for where can support be, short targets are always quickly executed to next resistance. So like there's a bull zone bottom. That's the perfect short scalp from here to here. I don't take shorting like I'm going to short from the market to go to zero. I short from pivot to pivot. So, wait, no, I'm sorry. No, that's not it. Don't listen to me. Here. Liquidity pocket. Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Oh yeah, here. Sorry, my bad. Why the hell do I have a line here? That's nothing. This is a rogue phantom line that doesn't mean to be there. There. Sure, I'm eating chips in your face, guys. Hey, Simon. Welcome to the club, man. Appreciate the support. Tuning in, listening while driving all morning. Where were you going, Julian? Where'd you head out today? You got 2 micros at 315, bro. Nice. That's a good pivot. It's a really good pivot. I've kind of like traded to my maximum capacity today. I've kind of almost maxed out all my accounts. I have some room to trade, like in these two. So I'm reserving my last couple trades. I don't want to bust consistency on all of them. I need to get like 1,500 to 2,000 in some of them. And these two are on their $4,500 payout schedule. So I need to get these. Well, that is kind of close to max. 4,500 on 25 means I can't go over about 1,000 each. I'm kind of capped out for the day. I really can't do much. Maybe I can put some fat on one of my funded necks. Maybe this one can do some work. And this one is the blow up account. Or the one that's like $380 away from blowing up. So I don't know. Maybe I'm almost capped for the day. So that's the thing. I can't trade. I can't do much more even if I wanted to. Wait, you know a place that's better than Chipotle? It's Mexican. Where? What's it called? Most places are better than Chipotle. I'm gonna say. Chipotle is all right. You know, I live in Houston where Mexican food flows like wine down here. We get the good stuff. So fast food, Chipotle, Mexican food. I know a lot of people like it, but it's just so bland and basic. It's like Taco Bell quality to me. It's like just okay, right? What's a better place? Want to trade with your account, Angel? How much you paying me? No, I'm just kidding. No, trust me, man. If I was to trade your account, I'd probably mess up. I would be too nervous trading someone else's account. That's the honest truth. It's different when it's mine. I don't feel anything, but I feel like if I had to make any decision for someone else, I would freak out. The pressure would be so much. Having like someone else have to be like, how's it doing today? It might affect me. It's a whole different skill set, I'm sure. Chipotle is bad to their employees. I don't doubt that. Are you finally getting your whole fish on Saturday, Mike? Dude, you've been craving a whole fish like all week, dude. Are you cooking it? Are you smoking it? Are you steaming it? Are you cooking it in salt? Are you going to a restaurant? Where are you getting your fish from? Bro, H-Town is like the best Mexican food. Tex-Mex is just gold. Anywhere like south of San Antonio, like if you draw a line east and west from San Antonio all the way through the country, south of San Antonio, you get Tex-Mex, you get Mex-Mex, you get all kind of delicious Mexican everything. You go north of San Antonio, it starts to get a little sketch. It's a point where they put like the Velveeta cheese inside of their enchiladas. I went to Lincoln, Nebraska one time and had Tex-Mex, and it was like flour tortillas with Velveeta cheese and onions on the inside and no sauce on the top. I didn't understand. And that place was full, like it was like a family establishment in that small town outside of Lincoln. I was just like, you know, bless your hearts, Nebraska, but boy, this is what somebody would make when they're high and they have nothing else in their pantry but fucking tortillas and Velveeta. It was not good. Oh no. Like, yeah, I mean, I can make like an enchilada or something. I got like Velveeta. Bro, there's an onion in the fridge. Okay. I know, like, oh, so Middle Eastern place? Bro, are you gonna get like Moroccan, are you gonna get a whole fish? Okay. Dude, I love like Moroccan fish. You know, they cook it, the stew and the spices and the tomatoes. It's one of my favorite. Drinking it whole fish, let's go, man. That does sound pretty good though. You have a Torchy's Tacos? Wait, you don't have Torchy's in Miami? Dude, I would think that Miami would be like the first place that Torchy's would go to. Yeah, we do. We have like 10 of them here because it started in Austin. There's yeah, Torchy's are everywhere down here. They're so good, man. If they don't, man, I should franchise a Torchy's. And really, there's not one out there on the beach? Nothing? I'd go smack dad right there on the beach and open a taco. And it would be lines out the door all day. How have they not thought of that? What's your favorite Tex-Mex around in Houston? I would say that probably I grew up on Gringos, right? Gringos is just your like quintessential Tex-Mex. So that's mostly in the suburbs. In the city, El Tiempo and Papacitos are probably like the champs. But like in Houston, you don't really get bad Tex-Mex. Even they're all good. Like it's very rare. You'd have to really try hard to find something that's bad. It's such a formula. They all are exactly the same. But El Tiempo, I think, is my jam. And Papacitos as well. Just El Tiempo close to the house. Dude, Torchy's queso is undefeated. Yeah, that white queso is the best. No, Velvet Taco has good queso too as well. Am I thinking Velvet is the white queso? Yeah, try Velvet's if you ever had it. It's the white queso version, but Torchy's is good too. San Antonio, born and raised in Central Texas now. Nice. Indian Paki food too. We're at Moo. Where are you at? We've got, if you're in Houston, man, and you like Indian Pakistani food, you go to Agaz, man. Agaz like the bomb. That is the place to go. Himalaya, both of those places are like. So Indian food is like my. You always ask what's your favorite kind of food. It's probably Indian food, man. I got such a flavor. I'm a Cajun, so I love like spicy, just heated up, super spicy shit. Like I love it. Agaz is so good, man. Georgia. I'm a Cajun. Yeah. My family's from the Louisiana swamps, so. Favorite food, but we never eat it because it's so far away. You have to go all the way out to freaking Hillcroft. It's kind of a drive. Again, being Asian, too picky on others' foods. Wait, which kind of Asian are you? What's your favorite of your Asian foods? Idoc is Vietnamese, so we eat all the good stuff. You're from New Orleans? Nice. Yeah, my family's from all over. New Orleans, Lafayette, all over the place. They're from all over. Like my family they came over when the French came over. Then my family settled there, and they were there for a long time. Then they settled a couple of towns. There's a town called League City, I think, in Texas. My family founded that town. Like the creek is named after my great uncle or whatever. Cowards Creek. And the courthouse, I think, is named after us as well. So we were like French, Canada, New Orleans, Louisiana. And we came to Texas. And we stopped here. Thai green curry. Kim's Vietnamese also. Look at that. Kim knows all the good foods too. I am a huge fan of Vietnamese food. It's so good. All of it's so good. Every once in a while, I'll go downstairs and I got some banh mi's and some spring rolls waiting for me. Alex always like, what is fufu? What is that? I don't know everything. And I'm kind of like, I don't eat balut. I don't know what it is. I haven't got over the mental block with it. I need to eventually try it. At least the yolky part, people say is good. But, oh yeah. That crawfish festival in Lafayette's a bomb. Yeah, I've never been, man. I've never been. But crawfish is like speaking our language. We're like a weekly crawfish people, so we go all the time. Chicken tikka masala way better than butter chicken. I like tikka masala. There's a place in Houston called the Red Lion Pub, and it was on that Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives show with Guy Fieri. It's a British pub in Houston that serves the best tikka masala I've ever had. It's like straight up fire. British, Indian food, pub, like mix of all of it. Pretty good. And that's one of my favorites in Houston. Super authentic, man. Love it. You're from the Louisiana swamp, south of I-10. Oh, there you go. That's it. That's good stuff. In-N-Out, they don't exist near you. Dude, I'm telling you, I had In-N-Out. They finally opened one in Houston. I was so disappointed in the fries. Like, I don't know, the burger was good. It's good. It's a burger. It's not like, oh my God, it's the best burger ever. It's good. It's really like when you have like, any kind of, fast food burger. It's good. It's really good. The fries were like, I don't know, like mushy and powdery. I just don't know. Like the fries were something awful. Like they weren't even like okay. They were like, ugh. And I was like, maybe I just got bad fries, but I looked online and people were like, yeah, the fries are like mushy and weird. Like, I don't know. Animal style fries. No, I went low because the line was like wrapped around the block, and I was just like, I'm never coming back here again. And we live right by a Whataburger, so you know, it's really hard to F up a burger. It kind of is. I've never heard of Johnny Rockets. What's that? You got your crawfish dose yesterday? iDoc, when you're feeling better, you can get crawfish maybe tomorrow. If you're feeling better. Trust me when I say in and out, I don't think you're missing anything. Nothing spectacular. It's good. It's like Jack in the Box is good. They're all good, right? But it's not like, oh my God, this is the best ever. I feel like it's just nostalgic to people. Like Whataburger is nostalgic to us in Texas. Like, is there anything super special about it? Well, the jalapeno, like the patty melts and stuff, pretty damn good. I think Whataburger, like, is kind of where we're all partial here, but that's because you go to Whataburger at 3 in the morning when you're drunk and you need something like chicken tenders and gravy, and you're just like, that's all that's open. And so we all grew up loving that. Whataburger is good. Now the burgers are actually pretty quality. Whataburger, I can't lie, it's got a specific flavor to it. Like the bun is a good flavor, and it's actually quality, really good. But as far as like fast food burgers go, it's one of the better ones, I would say. McDonald's just kind of tastes like overly processed. Burger King tastes overly processed. Burger just tastes like a burger you would get like in high school, like a nice, greasy, like tasty thing. iDoc's like crawfish. I'm feeling better right now. You found a Zyrtec D that expired. Should I still take it? I don't think medicine really expires unless it's exposed to oxygen or sunlight or whatever. Chemicals don't just evaporate. That's the engineer in me speaking. I'm sure over time the potency of it would degrade, but I don't think it would degrade into byproducts that will kill you. I'm not a pharmacist or a chemist, but I'm sure that in a powdered form and not in a solution, there are no chemical reactions that are happening in that pill that would form toxic byproducts that would kill you. Therefore, it's probably safe to take. Charcoal don't expire. Might just lose its effectiveness if you were to form like radicals due to like sunlight exposure or anything, but sitting by itself in air, it might start to oxygenate a little bit, which would be like probably just losing its potency, but you should be fine. No risk, no reward. There you go. You're talking to a bunch of traders here. I'm going to tell you, no risk, no reward. Double fisting Zyrtec. At minimum, expiration dates on some things are just there to keep you buying more of it. Trust me on that. Certain things kind of don't ever expire. But people found out if you put an expiration date on it, that you would double your sales and triple your sales, and that usually helps. People throw out good stuff all the time. Efficacy just wears off a bit in some cases. Keith's coming in with the knowledge. Yeah, so you might have to take a second one maybe if the first one doesn't work. Snorting it will offset it. Chris is giving you the right idea. You should crush it up. Or maybe you should freebase it. That might even work even better. Is it moisture is the biggest factor affecting charcoal shelf life? This is true. It's little blue is like, don't do that with your meds. Yeah, don't snort your meds. Just kidding. An expiration date on salt. Oh, wait, an expiration date on salt? Salt that's been sitting in the Earth's crust for hundreds of thousands of years expires? What the F? Are you kidding me? Blows my mind. Pharmacology. All right. Since it has supercadedron. What's that word you're trying to type there? Pseudopagedron? You got most of the letters in there. You got most of it right. You know he liked chemistry, Mr. Matt. I do. But like, you know, as a chemical engineer, I had a really strong chemistry background, but not a strong background like a chemist. It's like we get a minor in chemistry, so we get like halfway through. We don't go all the way through. But I did take all the organics and stuff. I don't remember any of it. Maybe some of it. Nucleophilic attack. I remember that. A whole class on organic, whatever. Can pass on your floor now to chat, watch you after you trade. Yeah, well, come over. We'll keep an eye on you. Bring like a pillow and a blanket. You know, you could, as much as you don't like me putting my feet on your head, you could put your head on my footrest. It's actually very comfy. It's memory foam. I don't know if that qualifies as putting my feet on your head though. Like, it like props your head up. I actually lay down and I put my head on my footrest all the time. Sean Michael, this salt 250 million years old, best used by October. Oh, that is great. Big question is why they fluoride the water. It's not for teeth. Well, I mean, the real reason they started putting fluoride in water was because sugar companies, this is true, lobbied for that because when sugar started becoming popular in the 50s, remember, everything was like kind of healthy before that. In the 50s exploded into like this craze of like sugar cereals, ice creams, all these sugary products came out and people's teeth were rotting like crazy. So the sugar companies were like, no, sugar's good for you and it's healthy. And all these kids are getting obese. They're like, no, sugar's good for you. So putting fluoride in the water was really a way to cover up the unhealthiness of sugar because everyone's teeth was starting to rot. So they lobbied for that scientifically. Put fluoride in the water. It's good for your teeth. And it was just because people were starting to advocate that sugar was bad for you. And then we found out many, many, many years later that it's one of the biggest killers of everything. Sugar causes all kind of diseases and cancers and problems. And yeah. And why the fluoride's still in the water, I don't know. But it was lobbied in the 50s pretty heavily. So kind of for your teeth, but now probably for population control. We're all zombies now with the fluoride. I don't know. That's really why they did it back in the day. Those evil people at Hershey's and stuff. Or wherever. Deep state for mind control. Exactly right. Had to log out all your trades. Clicked flatten for closing the Tradeify. Come back, log in, hit max loss. Oh no, what happened? Okay, wait. You had logged out of your trades and clicked flatten before closing Tradeify. Come back to log in, you hit max loss. Has anyone had an issue? Is there any way to fix it? I've never heard of this happening. Contact them and tell them you didn't make that trade. They might have had a glitch or something. Looks like something got you into a trade against your will. How to 2x your gains? Only take trades when Matt is long with EST and also take shorts when Matt is spooked by the market. That's kind of true, right? When Matt is not liking the market and doesn't want a long, that usually means it's a good short setup, just like today. And as much as I wanted to take a short, I don't short unless I get a really good reason to. And again, this is always a really strong pivot, this yellow line. And I love teaching this class. Speaking of, take a look at our prop firm partners here. You guys make sure you keep using the Rocket Scooter code. We are getting so much growth in this channel. And there's just so many great things that are coming out of it. We're getting all these opportunities open up to us in our community. We have the best community out there, hands down. We're getting more accounts to give away, tons of stuff. You guys supporting us, it turns back around to y'all. My Funded Futures is now blessing us with tons of accounts to give away. Super exciting times. And just keep using the code Rocket Scooter. And if you guys are using Funded Next like I am, code Rocket's the way to go. The only one that's not Rocket Scooter. That's for the unlimited no cap on payouts, which I'm super excited about. Oh, I got my Tradeify payout yesterday. I forgot about that. It's great once Tradeify got rid of their payout windows. I just get to like essentially just take out money every once in a while. These accounts have been babysitting. It's like every week or less a week or so, I'm just $3,000 every like 3 to 5 days and just take out because they're all on different schedules. So are we doing Murph this weekend? What do you mean? What's Murph? Is that a street name for a new kind of Molly? What is this? I mean, I'm not a wuss. I'll try anything twice. I'm just kidding. What is that? Reverse ETF payout approved today. Nice job, Matt. What are these things you guys are asking me about? What is Nihari? What is this? Slow cooked meat stew popular in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and parts of India. Oh, it looks good though. Never had it, but it looks my kind of food. Like, this is what I like, just like thick, meaty, stewy. This is my kind of food. That looks pretty damn good. Never had it before though. Beef, lamb, goat, bone marrow. Actually, no, I think I did have it at a wedding. Doc, didn't we have this at a wedding? The lamb, we had the lamb version at your friend's wedding. I did have this. This was really good. We went to one of our friends who's Indian went to their wedding, and I did have the stew. I had the no, it was goat. It was a goat version of the stew. I have had this, and it was really good actually. Yeah, it was super good. I don't know what it's called though. It does look familiar though. You never use a prop platform. If you're a live trader, like you trade your own funds, not necessarily needed. Prop platform is for people that don't want to trade their own funds, or they want to trade with less risk, or they're kind of like learning trading. As a like seasoned trader, somebody with your own account, it's better to trade your own account if you can for the tax reasons, but only if you're really good at trading. If you're not that great at trading yet, you have to do props because it's the easiest way to practice without losing a lot of money. That looks pretty damn good. Yeah, this is what we had in Dallas, right? It was the goat stew, the goat version. It was super good. How do I trade multiple DOMs? How many points of distance from every one of them? It's the same trade. I just stage into them differently usually. So it's the amount of trades I'll do. An example is if I was going to short here and I was very confident, I might just click the button on all 5 of them and just short at the same time. As it's approaching the target, the fact that they enter them at different times, I actually get better prices. So it goes up, I enter, it goes up, I enter more, it goes up, I enter more, and I'm building a position in all of them to pull back. Now, if I'm not that confident in a trade, like I don't have all the confluences I want, then I might only decide to trade in maybe 1 or 2 of the accounts in case I take risk in something that's like a coin flip like yesterday, like this account that's about to blow up, this one right here. This one I took a short yesterday before that trade war dumb news came out, not even the real news, but I was short where it mattered, like right here, and then we had that big green candle and I just whipped it out, like I closed it, but it was only in 1 account because I don't normally short off of the yellow line. Even though it's a good resistance target, I still don't usually take it. I usually just kind of sit back and wait. So that pop hit me, but it only hit me on 1 account. So that's kind of the beauty of splitting your risk up, is you can choose how many of my accounts do I want to risk on this. Who here actually took that short at the yellow line though? We don't teach it because we don't have stats for it. As a short, we just teach it as a resistance pivot. See, I write the word strong resistance here. I mostly just avoid longing into it and I kind of sit out. Caddy Pan, you did? Nice. Good job. Pop and drop. Pop and drop, living to your namesake. Took the pop, rode the drop. Good job. So are we going to do one more My Funded Futures giveaway, right? Just one more and that'll be it. But I'm done streaming in about 30 minutes to an hour, but I want you guys to stick around as the weeks and days go by, because on Monday, right about this time is when I'm going to be switching over. So I'll stay until 1 o'clock, but I think it's like 12:30 my time. They'll be popping me over into the futures, into the lunchtime segment on their show. So what I'll normally do is I'll carry all you guys over there with me and we'll continue to trade. It'll literally be the same stream, just on another channel. Like, it'll be seamless. I'll be like, all right, guys, click this channel right now. click it, click it, click it. And then I'll run the closing credits on this and I'll open up that one and I'll still be going. It'll be fun, like, to learn how to transition that. So let's see when they finish their stream. So they streamed up until about an hour ago. Oh, and that's when I'm going to take over. Oh, wow. They had Tanya was on there today. That's a big channel. They had 7,000 views. Dang, they're crushing it over there. So it looks like they only stream for 2.5 hours, so I would come on after that. So if they start at market open, 11, so they actually end at 11. So maybe they'll carry like 30 minutes forward and then add me on. So I think hopefully when they said 12:30, it wasn't 12:30 Eastern, which is totally fine, but it'd be better if it was 12:30 Central. Very excited. Yeah, My Fund and Futures has best in class end of the day drawdown. If you guys have never checked them out, my two favorite end of the day drawdowns. Now I'm actually, hold on. I'm actually not trading with them for end of the day drawdown. The only reason I'm trading with Funded Next for end of the day drawdown is because uncapped payouts. But I will be trading with My Fund and Futures show starting next week. Show. Let me show you guys their account that I think is the best one if you guys are checking them out. Most people will agree. And I didn't even know until you guys taught me. Y'all were telling me about the best accounts out there and everybody just like stands by this. So the giveaways I have are going to be the starter accounts, which is here. Come on. The starter account is and this is what we're giving away today. It's 50K starter. 3,000 profit target, daily loss limit, trailing drawdown. It's kind of like, end of the day drawdown. Sorry, end of the day drawdown. Kind of like it's just similar to the Funded Next, almost exactly the same. No consistency rule in eval. That's kind of the best part. No consistency rule in eval, but consistency rule once you pass. If you want to pay a little bit more, which you should, to get rid of consistency rule altogether, the 50K. 100 goes to 227, almost double the price, but no consistency rule at all in expert. This is where it gets good. So I'm giving away starters, but if you guys want to check them out, the expert's the way to go. This is what sets them apart. And that's really nice. It's a good spread. It's a good cost to drawdown ratio. You get a pretty good ratio on how much it costs you for this. But the no consistency rule, people like that. All right, let's run it. One more giveaway. I mean, Rocket Scooter gives you an additional discount on top of their already low prices, of course. We'll do one more. You guys ready? Just hum the Rocket Scooter song in your head. This will be a quiet, chillaxed sort of. You know, we don't need the song, and I don't think we're gonna play it. What do I talk? I want to play the song every time. Quiet. In Tierra. It's disrespectful to put one input. All right, MTR, you have a minute to type something in chat. There you go. Congrats. Hold up. Should I do a second one? Whatever. We're celebrating here. Let's just do one more. Why not? One more. We'll do two. But that's it for today. You guys are gonna love it, I'm sure. This is right up your alley for most of you. The no consistency on the eval side is pretty good. It makes it easy to pass your evals. Mr. Doer. Mr. Doer P. Mr. Derp. Mr. Derp. So you guys know the rule. If you win, take a screenshot of your YouTube account from your point of view, Show me that it's you. Send me a message Discord within the hour. Send me the email address that you sign up for a MyFundedFutures account with, and then they'll give you your accounts by tomorrow. You have to have an account with them. And I don't know if Mr. Doer is here. First time here, you'll be back, Sean. Awesome, dude. Appreciate it. Congrats. Congrats. But he's not typing anything in chat. Jacobo, dude, I'm so sorry to hear that. Contact Tradeify and tell them. It could have been something weird. I don't know. I've never heard of this happening, but something could have happened on their end. If you have proof that you closed your trade and told them you didn't make a trade, let them know. Oh, he wasn't here. Oh, man. Don't forget to do me a favor, guys. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Neto. Hey, Neto won something like 2 weeks ago. Neto, type it quick. All right, MTR. Neto, you know the drill. You already won something like last week. Good job. Lucky Neto. Take Neto to Vegas with you guys. All right, good job. Good job, good job. Okay, you guys have 1 hour. Congrats. 1 hour to send me a message in my Discord. Everybody here, join our Discord, by the way. Link is in description. You have to be there anyways to win. Might as well join now. We have a pretty cool Discord. A ton of people in there. If you do use our platform or buy our bootcamp, which is $20 a month, just to basically trader trading, $20 a month, $1 a day. You can join our Discord and have access to all the channels and all the people, huge community, about 10,000 people using our platform. Yeah, but you can be there anyways, just to be in the Discord, and that way you can get access to the contests and stuff. Join our Discord, send me a message, take a picture of your YouTube, that way I know it's you. And congrats on the 2 winners here. I'll send you guys 50K MyFundedFutures accounts to celebrate MyFundedFutures Week here with Rocket Scooter. Partnering up with those guys, and super excited to do so. Their TV show is excellent. Put a lot of effort into it, and I'm glad to be part of it. Now again, they haven't announced it yet, but I start on Tuesday. I don't tell anybody. On from SPY. So right here, technically speaking, this is a long pivot on S&P because resilience is greater than 0. It's likely to hold this for the day. Yes. Technically speaking, yes, it can hold inside of here. DD ratio is still good enough that this is still support on S&P. Yeah. I consider myself overtrading if I was doing much from here. This isn't a strong enough pivot from here for me to risk the one account I still want to trade. But bull zone support is going to be strong, right? The strongest support we have is here from today. This is the strongest. So certainly if we fall into 580, that's almost guaranteed support. 582 also a strong support as well. So I would take both of these longs if I were still trying to trade this. I actually might take the 82 on the pullback. Half gap might pop on this. It could. We're seeing a little bit of stock selling, but it's not bad enough. Yeah. Hey, Simon. Thanks for being here, bud. Appreciate you. We had auto text when he said I'm here. He wanted to make sure that, well, he's smart because he wanted to make sure I saw it. But here's the thing. I've learned that my bot, I don't have to see it anymore, you guys. The bot sees it. So the bot will put your name on this list if you type you were here. So the rule is if your name isn't on this list, you don't officially win. So if you don't type in fast enough and don't appear on the list, you won't be here. So but it's good to like say hey a couple times just to make sure the bot picks you up in chat. Good job, guys. I'm gonna get the sub to the channel as well. We do these giveaways all the time. It's a daily thing here. We give away over 100 accounts per month on this channel. How can you not like that song? It pumps me up every day. bum, 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 bum. Let me see. And also when I'm done streaming, let me tell you guys, like, you know, you guys will normally follow me over to the My Fun and Futures if you still want to hang out and chill. This hour I'll plug a good trader, somebody I know. Brian Stonk always trades at lunchtime as well. So if I'm not ever streaming, which I will be, but if I'm gonna cut out in a little bit this afternoon, y'all can check him out. He's ICT stuff. I don't know if you guys like that or not, but who else trades at this hour? That way you guys don't accidentally stumble into something that's like, you know, weird. Guru Furu, millions of them out there. Who else streams at this hour? You guys know any good streamers that stream at this hour? Let's Google. But I'll be streaming at this hour starting Tuesday. Alpine. I like Alpine. He's good. I don't know if he's still streaming. Alpine. Yeah, Alpine. Y'all check out Alpine. Y'all go over there when I get off and he's still streaming. Him or Brian, y'all tell him I said hey. I'll say Matt sent me over. That'd be kind of cool. Alpine's a chill stream. It's chill. It's like he's like my style. Like here, like chill music, chill vibes, chill relax. Never like elevated, like energy. It's just like super mellow. That's what I dig. It's my style. Brian is cool. I like Brian because he teaches what he does. And it's very cool to watch traders trade, but it's really cool to watch traders teach what they do. If you're into the ICT stuff, Brian knows his stuff for sure. ICT, that's your bag. That's Alpine is, you don't like Alpine? But it's a good vibe though. The energy's vibe. Everybody has their opinions. It's okay. There's certain traders I don't like either. I just don't. I don't let you guys know that because I hate people talk in the trader sphere. So I'm always so hyper political. Keep my opinions to myself. But yeah, there's tons of traders I don't like either. In my opinion, most traders are horrendous though. In their defense, I don't think many of them are that good at all anyways. But here, Victor has a competing stream in Germany. I would watch Victor. Yeah. Yeah. Like at this hour, because normally I'll be trading and then I'll go right to My Fun and Futures. But in this lunchtime hour, Brian Stonk is picking up some steam. He started streaming camera like a couple weeks ago. But yeah. This is P&L from today. This is just today only. Yeah. It's about 10,500 today. Something like that. I haven't touched the market in hours. Just kind of waiting this chop fest. I'm trying to see if it does sell off or not. Brian's your guy. Yeah, Brian's good. Good peeps. But I like people that teach when they trade. They tell you what they're doing and explain why it works. That's very important to me. I want to at least learn something. All right, hold on. I gotta reset my platform. Looks like it froze up. In the meantime, you guys watch some ads while I reboot my platform. My browser was kind of like slacking a little bit earlier. It was like chugging along with it was like freezing. I think I have too many windows open. Even my awesome new computer is still like mad at me for having 50 windows. I have like 50 browser tabs open. I have so many things going on over here. But my new computer is really, really good. I went and got a AMD 9950. It's crushes. 9950X. And it's really good. Multitasking, it's good. My other laptop has the new Intel 285, like the brand new Intel. This new computer I bought a 5080 for. That computer I have a 5090. So dude, I'm blazing over here with like all next gen stuff. It's all the porn tabs. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with having like 40 porn tabs open. I have ADHD. Like I can't watch anything more than 10 seconds. I gotta flip around. My taste changed that much. Trading in the zone. How much RAM? I have 32 gigs of DDR5. I have titanium. Corsair Dominator Titanium is like the highest end Corsairs. He plans on making my tools available in other charts. The problem is it might be something we could do. We've contemplated selling our tools in other areas, but the problem is that is there a market for it? And it would be a significant amount of work for us to make something. It basically have to be an API from our server that talks to one of those places. And I don't think TradingView can take incoming data like that from an API. I'm not sure if Sierra Chart can or can't either. It's them. Like, they don't think they allow you to send information to their platform to display for a user. You have to code it inside of the platform for TradingView. That I know for sure. I don't know about how Sierra Charts works, but you have to code it inside of it. I'll tell you guys something. Matt is making a trading platform called Tradester. And I already told Matt, a special relationship, that I could put my stuff inside of Tradester because I can get Matt to develop an API for me specifically. So I went and met Matt in Austin last month and we chatted about it. So when Tracer gets up and going, I go, could you make an API for me to put my stuff inside of Tracer? And he's like, yeah, I could consider that. And then, you know, he wouldn't do that for everybody. He's like, I won't do that for everybody. But he said, I would do that for you guys because I know, you guys are big, have good stuff. And so he said, big hard maybe on that, which keep your fingers crossed because he's making Tradester, which is a competitor to Sierra Charts. He's making like a better version of Sierra Charts. So like a whole lot better. So now again, I'd have to look into it. If they allow me to send data to it and then inside of that platform code around that data to present the information to you, then yeah. It's just the problem is that if we could have done it on TradingView, we would have done it on TradingView. We couldn't, so we had to build our own version of TradingView to handle it. Kind of the problem. Don't you wish you could just buy indicators and then take them everywhere you go? You can if you have the source code revealed, but even the source code wouldn't work without the incoming data being accepted from the external source. So you need to have 100% of the options data as part of the calculation. And then it goes into the calculator that calculates hedge pressure and stuff. Then it sends it to your platform. And even if I had any part of that, you'd either have to accept incoming data from the raw data and do the calculations, and no platform out there in the world can crunch raw options data at all. There's only a few of them that even accept raw options data. And like Thinkorswim and others have a raw options feed. Webull does. They don't have sophisticated coding languages to go with them. So you couldn't even crunch the data if you wanted to fast enough. And you couldn't do multi-ticker analysis. So I'm gonna be able to like analyze 500 companies at once to make resilience inside of Thinkorswim. You can really only write code to a chart to a specific ticker at all. So the problem becomes no platform can do it. So then you'd have to say, can the platform just accept the outputs? Like we have WebSocket connections here that send you the information to draw on the chart. Is there an open source platform that allow you to, or is there a platform that's like open source capabilities where you can code inside of it, like create an API to talk to it? And the answer is none of them. And so we're kind of stuck. So the shitty part is that we had to build our own trading platform so you guys can have hedge pressure. But the cool part is we had to build our own trading platform so you can have hedge pressure. Now we have a sandbox to play in and we can do better stuff with it. So this is a cracked version of TradingView and it talks to a server for the information. So like this is like information is just pumping data to the platform to populate it. Can you build indicator extensions in Pine scripts? How does that work? Is Tracer going to be futures or just equity? I think it's just going to be futures. I have to ask Matt more about it. They're in their beta, like pre-launch beta phase right now. There's that half gap long, by the way, that we were talking about earlier. Pretty good pivot there. I wonder if I could create a local, yeah, like an extension, like a browser, like something that could actually be a program you guys install that could manipulate your browser to show indicators. Maybe I can create some. I wonder if that's, I mean, it sounds possible. I'm not the best, programmer in the world. And it goes above my head. But in my thought, could I make like a browser extension that interacts with your chart to draw on your chart for you outside of TradingView that I just put it in your browser? Your browser talks to our server. I don't know if I could. I got page manipulator for Chrome, something like that. Other people watch you from other countries. Stream with subtitles. I think I have subtitles turned on. But it wouldn't be like TradingView API. It would be more like a browser extension. Like the browser, you can manipulate anything inside of a browser just by manipulating the source code of the page. So I could literally have an extension that just manipulates your browser for you. Possibly. But no, TradingView doesn't. Mikhail, okay, yeah. I thought I had closed captions turned on here. Hold on, let me double check. Oh, I don't. Well, my bad. Okay. For some reason it's unchecked and it won't let me check it. Tomorrow I'll turn it on before I start the stream. I think while you're live you can't turn it on. Can I click your mouse for you? That'd be hilarious. You long 2 off ES from half gap? This shit works. Bro, I told you. Resilience is bae, man. Nice and strong. I did point it out, but I didn't take it. I got one trade left for the day. That needs to be the best one. Yep, no heat, all easy, pretty clean. Let's clean them. You're a programmer, Travis. Oh, very nice. Okay. And with API, you can build page overlays to the API data. Like, I can give you something that'll write into your trading view for you. Just manipulate the page and draw hedge pressures. The problem is it'd be very sophisticated because, well, actually, no, it wouldn't, because I've already built something that manipulates the browser for TradingView. It's really what we do. This is our own version of TradingView. I could have this code, probably the same library, and we have a slightly different version of the library, but we could probably modify it pretty easily. To write a TradingView browser extension with a license key in it that you have to pay to keep active. I wouldn't be violating any TradingView terms of service, would I? I mean, they can't control what you do in your own browser, but they may not allow me to create a business selling browser extensions for them. I'd hopefully it wouldn't violate terms of service that they would ban users who would use it. I have to read into it. That's a smart idea. Find an example. Okay, yeah. You guys, send me some of your examples in Discord. I'm seriously considering this. Because TradingView doesn't accept, there's all PineScript is on browser side, so the calculations are very, very intensive. There's a lot of, to run resilience calculates, 500 monthly hedge pressures for different companies. It's looking at every option that exists for every company. This calculation alone requires an entire server to do. has to take stock data, has to take equities data, equities options data, and create just this one indicator. And so you couldn't do this, you couldn't make this in PineScript or anything because it doesn't have the power or even the data to do it. A calculation like this would completely crash a browser. It couldn't do it in real time. The amount of power it takes to just crunch as much data as it needs to, the resilience. So one hedge pressure for SPY, for instance, looks at every option that exists for SPY. Every single put, every single call for every single date. That's a huge grid of data just for SPY. Like every single strike, every single expiration. And then we crunch through and we cherry pick the market maker options from that just for SPY's one hedge pressure. And then this calculation does that for 500 companies. So it is very, 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 very powerful, like, you know, server calculation that even if you had the data in TradingView, you couldn't crunch this in a browser. The sheer mountain of data you have to comb through, it'd be impossible. So these have to be done server side. There's so much data that has to process for it. You drew about that half cap? Yep. Oh yeah. But all we need to do is just draw the boxes, as Mikhail is saying. That's correct. So what we need to do is just create a program that draws boxes on the interface, which means it needs to accept the output, which is very light. The output is just sending deltas to this. You cache the data and send the delta, and you have this, like, you know, it just draws a line, you know, every update, every 2 seconds it updates the data point. And we already have the WebSocket connection to connect to here. We just need to modify this to connect to the browser extension. Then it would just basically just use TradingView's own drawing elements in PineScript, even to draw boxes on your chart. It's basically what you'd be doing. It would just interact with the page code, and all right, because it can just draw it straight up. It doesn't have to use, but we could use their own drawing elements to make it easier. You have like a coordinate system where you can draw on a chart internally, which is what we do to create this. Just basically, we would just need to just draw squares and lines on your chart, and that would be a very light browser extension for you guys. It would just need to talk to our server. Once we build the backtest module, that actually might be something we could do. Honestly, I hate to say this, but if that's something we could do, oh no, we would still need to keep this for like a lot of the other tools. Like, I don't know what we can create around it, but man, it'd be kind of neat if I could get rid of a lot of the overhead for this and just pump this into TradingView, but I still have to have the platform for other things. A lot of the modules that we built wouldn't be compatible, I don't think. Let me think. But maybe just drawing the indicators would be easy. Yeah, send me some examples, you guys. Yeah, and the question is, I will hopefully be violating any terms of service, because I wouldn't want users to get banned for using a third-party extension or something. Hey, ChatGTP, right? There we go. Could I just get ChatGTP to make this for me? Yep, that's correct. That's correct. Don Chachan, you nailed it. That's all the instructions, 100%. And just pull all my data into the plugin. A planner is saying is that more importantly, my risk for me would be, am I allowed to do that? I can't sneak into the back of a restaurant and sell hamburgers in the kitchen. I have contacts and connections at TradingView. I can talk to them and ask them. But also, you know, if users are not allowed to create or do something like that, it could violate terms of service, and then users could get banned, and that's the worst part. 100% you can do it, probably. Oh, the chips? Go. That's a nice, clean, easy trade on SPY today. This is good, and this is a good this setup is kind of good and bullish. Another liquidity pocket on QQQ. Pretty nice. Nice little chop fest today. I'm kind of cool with being done. The question is, what do you think is going to happen from here? The second time we're approaching that same pivot, just market is just back on track to that same trajectory. So Memphis always feels like it wants to pop and rally. I mean, this is a pretty good, like, consolidating thing. We'll see. I don't know. I really don't know, you guys. What do y'all think? MFFU uses TradeAbate. Yeah. Is this resilience dive below zero plus return is always very interesting? Right. So the half gap is support if resilience is greater than zero. And it just shows the stocks have all, you know, gap down and fade their gaps or fill their gaps to the upside. Oh, yeah. Nasdaq, of all the different setups here, Nasdaq's actually the weaker looking one of the two. S&P has tried to approach its highs 3 times in a row, but Nasdaq is actually having like descending, you know, there's like less higher highs here. All right, it's up to what you feel like the market's going to do today. Nasdaq is the weaker of the two, even though the stronger resilience. Nasdaq has pressed less high of the two. Let's watch Nasdaq today. Another liquidity pocket, A, B, and C. Second, you know, third time here. LPs have been paying out all day with Nasdaq, you guys. Like, it's incredible to watch this. It does feel very bullish, though, at least the way it's climbing, but I think that it's just trying to see there are still people short covering. I still don't, again, while indicators and all data looks good, I wouldn't be shorting this. I'm still kind of like, I wouldn't be long in this either. My brain still feels like by the end of the day, we're trading lower. And I don't know why that is. I just think that because the NASDAQ hasn't made leaps and bounds to reclaim this 518, 519 level. This is key today. If we don't reclaim this today, guys, like I'm telling you, this is where liquidity pocket is right here. Need to reclaim this. This is where we are bearish on the longer haul. Need 518. Or else bad. Next week. Bad week. Bad from here. We sold off too hard yesterday. That we've kind of switched the cap from bull side to bear side, which is why you're seeing the market start to become volatile again. S&P pressing that same target 3 times in a row. I just think there's any kind of catalyst or reason for the market to sell further without an event. It feels like it wants to come down, and I think it would take until tomorrow before it actually did anything. There's that target one more time. Does lightning strike 3 times in the same place on the S&P? All right, pick your poison, guys. What do y'all think? Right now, if you guys are looking to get into Tradeify, they're having a huge sale. So, you know, basically to launch their big TV show, they've got a huge sale going on. So throw our code in there. Get yourself some really good discounts if you guys are interested. Obviously, this is like probably a couple of days they're going to do it. Why is that level so respected? Oh, well, you got to come to the boot camp. We'll teach you all about it. There's some magic going on here. It's CME control, like there's control in the market. We need 519 or else bad from here on QQQ. So this is kind of the thing. If we don't get 519 by today, QQQ is dead by tomorrow. This is the thing. So either the market rallies big in a close or we're selling off again tomorrow. And I'll tell you this, monthly maps will show you the trick. We have thrown ourselves in a bear zone. So we need to get 519, 520, you know, even as the 2 days go by, we need 520. We're going to need 520 sometime in the next 3 days or else the market's dead. So either a news event saves it or whatever. Just keep in mind, we need 519 or else market is bad tomorrow. It could be like an end of the day rescue candle or something. But this is kind of teetering on selling off. Today is just testing yesterday's move to kind of see what Wall Street's appetite is for all of this. Stocks are still rallying. Like today was a dip that people wanted to buy on. There's no sell-off from here. yet, but this might be the exhaustion of the buyers. So today might inch higher a little bit, but if we don't achieve those bigger targets, tomorrow we're back to selling. Like tomorrow we're back to selling big. So might not sell off today. Maybe end of the day, if anything, but tomorrow could be bad. Tonight could be bad. Like we just open up and drop and keep going. Today's just relaxing off of yesterday's big slap in the face. No, we know the level. DAX is the market to trade, so bullish. Dude, DAX has been crushing it, man. Okay. I think... Honestly, you guys want my opinion? The market's coming down. If you want to ask me to guess, not today, but coming down in general. Unless some news comes out of the woodwork that we hit these key levels. Yesterday was big. Yesterday's selling was big. It was big enough to stop the rally. And again, we need to achieve 19 or 20 for the market to keep going, and we need to achieve it fast. Those are huge resistances already. The market's momentum is crushed until we get there. We don't have probabilities on yellow line breaks or holds, unfortunately. We've never done a study on it. We assume it's 50-50. So that's why it's on a strong pivot to trade off of, but it's a good pivot to trade off of because it's solid. Half the time it breaks, half the time it resists. But it's to the point. So it's up to you to decide. The R&R is worth it that many people do take it, because the sell-off potential is always really big. So people will sometimes take lower probability setups if the R&R is huge. Whereas those 1DTE puts, yeah, today's the day we're gonna see, right? How the market closes. The last hour is gonna be where the fun stuff happens. You might switch to SPY. Not a bad idea. That's so crazy to hit this pivot 1, 2, 3 times in a row. Is lightning striking 3 times in the same place? I feel like Nasdaq is gonna get a giant like FU candle in a second, but maybe not. If today travels up to there and sells off, then that's very possible. Normally you don't approach these pivots twice without like really pushing off of them. But you know, market is what the market is, so you decide. Nope. It's on to go up. I'm just not saying anything. I was just looking over here at my tick chart. Just watching the flow. There's that momentum we're picking up. All right, well, with this, I think I'm going to get out of here, guys. Take a little break before I go to boot camp. But we'll see y'all tomorrow, bright and early, same time, every day. Love being here with you guys. 500 y'all. If y'all head over to say hey to Brian or somebody, tell him I said hi. Or whatever. But I'll be back tomorrow, and then at this time, Tuesday, I'll be streaming on another channel after my big stream here. But yeah, so thanks for sitting in. Pretty good day today. Crushed it out the door. Didn't take much else risk for the rest of the day. Maxed out my accounts early on.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing past the others cross. Institutions will be seen. Predict the flow like a machine. Rocket scooter, you've got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross. Institutions will be seen.